Fred, okay, then the good plan. It's a positive.
I cannot do a good Andre the Mayor impression. We've known one another for many years.
Yeah, sure.
Now, not a person who knows his room.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Okay.
Oh, fantastic. We can hear you a lot better today. Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear well on our side?
I see your screen.
Monsieur le maire, vous nous entendez de notre côté ou pas?
אבל יש גם הערות שוליים, אז לא יודעים בדיוק מה הרעיון של הדבר הזה. מה נעשה? באמת? אנשים שלי, אתה יודע,
Monsieur le maire?
מה, מכיר הכחול, לא, המפתחות שלו, אתמול כותב לי בלילה, אין לי מפתחות.
שתביני, אני...
המפתחות של האוטו בית.
האוטו והבית והמשרד.
אז איפה הוא?
לא צריך.
לא אכפת לי מהבית והמשרד, אבל איך אני יוצא מפה? מצאתי חבר שיוצא מהצפון, הוא היה בבית, עבר בבית,
Monsieur le maire? Ah, vous nous entendez?
It's okay, I see you.
Juste une question avant de commencer. Est-ce que vous nous entendez ici?
Do you hear me?
Oui, on vous entend ici. C'était juste pour savoir s'il y avait une réciprocité de l'entente. Vous nous entendez ici?
No, I do not hear you very well.
Je vous ai envoyé un message sur le chat pour savoir si vous nous entendez. Ok, maximum 7 עכשיו. אבל לא, זה יתחיל לדבר.
לא, אני לא... לא,
כן? זהו, שחררנו אותו?
נראה לי עדיף ש...
אם היו עושים את זה יותר מדי, לא היה צריך.
ונגיד גם שאם לא צומנו לנו בשבוע,
Oh, okay. שומע לי בנקודה הזאת. בעיה שלקחתי המון זמן להתאושש מזה. לא שאני קם וישר
סליחה על כל השינויים, הולך לענות.
טוב, אתה גם ירדת במשכן וזה גם כן. על השינה הזה. אותו דבר שפעם נבדה. רק להגיד שגם ספציפי ספורט וזה, יש לי תשובה אחת כך, אני מסתדר פה עם כאילו, לא, תראה,
הוא אמר אפשר גם להגיד היום,
סליחה על זה, חייב מישהו שלט אור סתם, זה היה כזה של
החלום זה לא פחות, לא?
זה אבא שלך לא וואו, מדהים, שאני סך הכל איך היא עושה? היא לא דבר ביטו. יש לה עין יחסית, דעת, לפני זה יתראה מעניין עכשיו, לקח אותך אחורה, להם שכתבה זה בדיוק מה שרציתי לדעת, אם הוא ידע להגיד מה... הבנתי שלפעמים לא
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I have the honor to chair the first session of the third day of the conference. My name is Ido Koch from Tel Aviv University, and the first talk is by André Lemaire. Professor Lemaire, can you hear us?
Yes.
So please, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Professor Lemaire,
Yes.
please.
Do you? So, when we are looking for 9th century BCE Phoenician culture and history, we are confronted with the scarcity of contemporary written records. It is all the more important to take all these records into account. Among them, it is also they are very limited. The third source, the ancient historiography, should not be neglected, especially the fragments of Menander of Ephesus, quoted and used by Flavius Josephus. And we have to use also the historiography of the biblical Book of Kings. We are limited in time, so we shall speak mainly about the kingdom of Tyre. The chronology of the Tyrian kings is based on Josephus, referring to Menander of Ephesus. Josephus' list is generally considered to be authentic, but with chronological problems in various manuscripts, especially about the length of the reign of King Matan, who would become king at 3 and whose reign has probably to be shortened 20 years. There are only 2 fixed points: the mention of King Baal-Mazor giving tribute to Shalmaneser III in 841, and the foundation of Carthage in 813. José Telaï and Hélène Sader propose the following 9th century succession, similar to that of Katzenstein, with Metus Astaros. You have the list under your eyes. What is important is to emphasize the length of the reign of Itobal the first, at the beginning of the 9th century BC. From 888 Itobaal dynasty seemed to have reigned in Tyre during most of the 9th century BCE with a certain stability. What was the extent of the kingdom of Tyre? We are confronted northwards with the fact that Josephus presents Itobaal as king of Tyrians and Sidonians. These two phrases have often been interpreted as the indication that there was some kind of united kingdom of Tyre and Sidon. It is true that there was apparently close relations between Tyre and Sidon, but an unified kingdom is very doubtful since these designations may well be connected with the tradition of the refoundation of Tyre by Sidonians a year before the fall of Troy. With Hélène Sader, I quote, "This might explain the use of the generic term Sidonians to refer to the southern Phoenicians in both the Homeric epic and the biblical text. Actually, Elias' story in Sarepta in 1 Kings 17, probably first written about 800 BCE, as I tried to show elsewhere, supposes that Tyre and Sidon were two different kingdoms. First, because it is clearly indicated that in the Bible that Sarepta belonged to Sidon, 1 Kings 17, and second, because the choice of Sarepta as a refuge place for Elia would be illogical if Sarepta belonged to the same kingdom as Tyre, where the king was clearly at this time an ally of Arab, and there was probably an extradition treaty between Tyre and Samaria at that time, as alluded in 1 Kings 18. The use of Sidonian for Phoenician is clear in a usual speech. It is clear especially in an Aramaic saying found in Elephantine, probably dating the original, probably dating about 8th century BC, Aricard 207. You have the text under your eyes. What was the southern border of the Tyrian kingdom? The rich Akko plain was part of the Tyrian kingdom, as already officially recognized by a treaty between Rehoboam and Solomon about Kabul in 1 Kings 9. The Tyrian adherence of this area seems to be confirmed by a fragmentary cursive red 9th century BCE Phoenician inscription found at Robat Rosh Sait, biblical Kabul. Still more south, the border was probably on Mount Carmel. Elias' sacrifice at the top of it was meaningful. The cult of Baal should not cross the border. Actually, two had 9th century Phoenician inscription, especially one with the title Rab Me'at, Chief of 100, were found at Tel Shikmola. And this indicates that this site was Phoenician, and the late discovery of a purple dye factory fits the traditional renown of the Phoenician and the content of their Assyrian tributes. Without entering into detail, I should like to mention the mortuary practice of cremation with ashes kept in cinerary urns, the place of which was indicated by a stela that could be iconic or aniconic. According to Helen Sader, this funerary custom is different from the neighboring countries, especially Israel and Judah, and that quote became a major landmark of Tyrian culture and of all the Phoenician settlements that are believed to have been founded by that kingdom. Thus, in the south, it is well attested at Arzim and at Lit, and it indicates that these harbors were very probably Phoenician. Actually, already 90 years ago, Jones already noted, I quote, "It seems clear that the 3 sites in Palestine where cremated burials have been cleared, Tel El Adjoul, Tel El Faria, and Atrit, must all have not only Phoenician trading connection, but a Phoenician population." The most spectacular Tyrian cemetery was at Tyre Albas, in front of Tyre Island. It was well excavated by Maria Eugenia Aubet. In Tyre Albas cemetery, the children seemed imminent to have been separated from adults, and this suggesting fact led sometime to discussions about the famous Tophet and the Molk sacrifice, too much discussed peculiarities of the Phoenician cult. However, one must distinguish cemetery and Tophet, and there was apparently no Tophet at Tyre Albas. Tyre Albas was a salvage excavation, and the archaeological report must be completed by a stele appearing on the antiquity market and in private collection. The datation of the unprovenance stele can only be paleographic and therefore approximate. A few stelae apparently date 9th century BCE, c'est-à-dire stele 16, stele 2, and stele 7, and also Abu Samra al-Mer stele 1 in private collection. So we do not have any Tyrian 9th century BCE royal inscription, even if we have that in Byblos. These inscribed stele throw some light on the practice of reading and writing among a, I quote, relatively modest sector of the population with little social differentiation according to the content of the cinerary urn. A certain level of the Phoenician society also attested by several inscriptions on jars coming from this cemetery. Please, next slide. Next slide. So it was severely criticized by the Yehu dynasty on the Deuteronomistic redaction, the marriage of a daughter of Itobal, Jezebel, with the son of Omri, Ahab, meant an alliance between both kingdoms with economical, political, and cultural aspects. One may guess, for instance, that Tyrians took part in building and decorating the new capital, Samaria. This is all the more possible for the Ivory House in the royal palace on the temple of Baal that Arab built in Samaria in 1 Kings 16. This alliance, Tyre-Israel, takes place in the international context of the first part of the 9th century. The Levant was still partly under the influence of Egypt, especially during the reign of Osorkon II, whose name appears, next one, appear on a biblos statue, on a Samaria large alabaster vase, and on an alabaster jar found in Almuñézgar in southern Spain. Neither the king of Tyre nor the king of Sidon is mentioned at the battle of Karka against Shalmaneser III. The presence of Egypt there is also, in my mind, very doubtful. This absence of Tyre is likely explained because Tyre had no significant army and generally preferred trade or paying tribute to war. Actually, Tyre already paid an important diplomatic gift to Ashurnasirpal II and later to Shalmaneser III when they reached Tyre kingdom during their Mediterranean campaigns in 867 and 838-37, as it is represented schematically on the bronze gates of Balawat. The good relations between Tyre and Israel do not appear to include good relations with Judah. So Joram, son of the king of Jerusalem, Jehoshaphat, married the daughter of Arab, Athaliah. Jehoshaphat neither appealed to the help of Ahaziah, son of Arab, nor to the Tyrians when, I quote, he made 10 ships of Tarshish to go to Ophir for gold, but did not go, for the ships were broken in Ezion-Geber in 1 Kings 22. This historical notice is not for the glory of the Judean king. It can be compared to the presence of Phoenician inscription and Container Tajrud, not in connection with the Judean Hebrew, but with Israelite Hebrew inscription. The coup d'etat against Athaliah in 2 Kings 11 clearly also indicates a kind of resilience of Judeans in front of Phoenician influence. The big change in the international relations of Tyre happened later in 841 with the Jehu coup and his submission to Shalmaneser III. Tyre could only follow and also submit to Shalmaneser III, whose army reached the sea at Baali-Rassi, likely Ras el-Nakwa. Not only Tyre lost his main ally, Israel, but he also cut good relations with his other neighbor, the king of Damascus, Razael. So it's a big change in 841. Actually, during his 838-37 campaign, Shalmaneser III received again the tribute of the Tyrians and the Sidonians. A tribute of the Tyrians is not mentioned again before Adad-nirari III, probably in connection with his campaign to Baali in 803 or to the seacoast in 802. We have no direct information about the political situation of Tyre in the last third of the 9th century. It is the time when the king of Damascus, Hazael, I quote, destroy Israel. This expression is taken from 2 Kings 13 and from the Mesha Stele, line 7. Hazael more or less submitted most of Transylvania before the Mediterranean campaign of Adad-Nirari III, the revival of Israel under King Joas and of Ramat and Tuash under King Zaku, about 800 BC. What is important to understand Tyre is also to realize that there was a big Tyrian diaspora. Here we shall only mention a few places and eventually inscriptions. Cyprus was a kind of a first stop for the Phoenician ships and their presence. Following, next one. And the Phoenician presence is mainly indicated by 2 9th century BCE inscriptions. An unprovenance funerary inscription published by Oneman, and a second inscription slightly incised on a bowl found in the temple of Ashtart in Kition. That seemed to have been, Kition was probably a Tyrian foundation. In Central Eastern Mediterranean, the island of Crete had early Phoenician contact, as shown by a Teke bronze bowl with a Phoenician inscription about 900 BCE. Further west, in Western Mediterranean, the Phoenician presence is clear in Sardinia, with the 9th century BCE Nora Stele that could have been set up by a ship from Tarshish, if we understand the first line. Probably Tarsus in Cilicia. We come back to Cilicia later on. Still further west, near Cadix at Huelva, there are apparently good traces of Phoenician trade toward silver mine from the 10th and 9th century, as shown yesterday by Mariano Torres. However, the main Tyrian colony in Western Mediterranean was clearly Carthage, founded in 814. This foundation was sometimes interpreted as taking place under Neo-Syrian pressure, but the date rather corresponds to an Aramaic pressure from Hazael, king of Damascus. Now just a few remarks about Phoenician culture in northern Syria and southern Turkey. The 9th century Phoenician culture was at home at Tel Kazel, Tumur, probable capital of the kingdom of Amru, north of Byblos, where late excavations produced a few fragmentary Phoenician inscriptions dating 10th, 9th century BCE. Further on the northeast, religious Tyrian influence appears in the Aramaic Melkart stele discovered at Brej, north of Aleppo, and dedicated by the king of Arpad, Bar-Hadad, about 800 BCE. The Phoenician dynamist was so strong in what is today southeastern Turkey that the longest Phoenician monumental inscriptions were found there. In kingdoms, the usual language of which was apparently Aramaic or Luvian, not Phoenician, especially in the kingdom of Samhal, Bet Gabar. Next one. Yes, well-known Kilamuva inscription in Phoenician. And from the kingdom of Kwe, Bet Mopsos, and well-known with Karatepe, the longest Phoenician inscriptions, Rasanbeli, Chinekoi, and the use of Phoenician by Kulamura when he was under the political influence of the king of Kwe, it probably reveals that the official bilinguism in the kingdom of Kwe was very probably already active in the 9th century BCE, if not earlier, as I tried to show elsewhere. Next one, Karatepe. Next one, Asanbeli. Next one, Chinekoi. Chinekoi is very clear to show that there was, in the kingdom of Kwe, there was an official bilinguism with Luvian on one side and Phoenician on the other side. I stop here this very short survey. It does not pretend to be complete, but only to give you some idea of the importance of the 9th century Phoenician script and history. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lemel. We have time for one question. Ayelet, please.
Thank you very much. I have a question regarding the Shikmona inscription. Do you think one can tell whether this is Phoenician or Hebrew?
In the 9th century, generally, you can already distinguish the Phoenician from Hebrew. It's paleographically. That is a problem, of course. Sometimes it's not clear, but sometimes it is clear, and it is impossible to make a difference between Phoenician and Aramaic in 9th century, but it is possible already to make a difference between during the 9th century. The difference between Phoenician and Aramaic starts in the first half of the 10th century, where you can start to feel the difference. As we can see in the Kuntelatashud. Kuntelatashud is a very good example because we have on one side Hebrew inscription, on the other side we have Phoenician inscription, and the difference is clear, very clear, if you have some experience. And now there is even an hypothesis proposed by Bloom, and it is interesting that one of the inscriptions show even some Aramaic influence, and it could well have been written by an Israelite who was coming from Galaad, from the other side of the Jordan. The kind of Aramaic is shown by Deralda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The hypothesis of Bloom for one of the inscription seems to me at least interesting.
Thank you very much, Professor Lemel. Now I would like to present the next speaker, Golan Shalvi and Ayelet Gilboa. The presenter will be by Ayelet Gilboa.
Good morning. So I'm presenting this because Dolan is abroad. Okay. Purple-dyed textiles were among the most luxurious commodities in the ancient Mediterranean. The term purple in our paper today refers only to the broad spectrum of hues, mainly purples and blues, of marine origin. Purple dyes were produced from the hypobranchial glands of predatory Muricidae mollusks, which were common around the Mediterranean, mainly from Hexaplex trunculus, as you can see, and less so, much less so from other species. Scholarship usually refers to such dyes as true, royal, imperial, or Tyrian purple. If you search Wikipedia, for example, you will not find a purple or purple dye entry, only Tyrian purple, as you can see, royal purple directs here. This reflects a scholarly and popular notion that in the Levant, Tyre was the first major producer of the dye and possibly the only one. So these are just a few of endless comments associating Tyre in the Iron Age and also in later period with purple production. Most of these convictions are based on either undated finds or, which is more common, retrojecting convictions or data from the Roman period backwards to the Iron Age, or something that are just, sometimes they are not true, like this statement. These are all, by the way, citations from very prominent Phoenician authorities. I didn't disclose the names, and we will be back to this, to Ezekiel, which we started discussing yesterday. Phoenician purple is dubbed Phoenician, although it is stated clearly that the origin is in the islands of Elisha, probably Cyprus. There were a few exceptions. For instance, Claude Messerchal and Edward Lipinski a few times stated that in the Iron Age, Tyre was not the only production centers, but nevertheless, they employ the term Tyrian purple. Tyre's purple notoriety is primarily grounded in several Greek, Latin, and Hebrew texts that had a profound impact on the perceived Tyre-purple association, particularly in the Iron Age, and by association of purple and Phoenicia writ large. Strabo, for instance, wrote that Tyrian purple was held in the highest esteem, and that Tyre gained its wealth from Tyrian purple. Pliny the Elder declared that Tyre's purple was the best to be had in Asia, and Julius Pollux famously recounted how shell and dye were discovered by Heracles' dog on the coast of Tyre, and how the first purple robe was created by, following the demand of the nymph Tyrus. This anecdote was repeated by several later writers. These are just a few examples, and immortalized in the 7th century by European artists with very specific agendas, by the way, of their times. Another such late link appears in the Bible, in 2 Chronicles, on the occasion of the construction of the Jerusalem temple. Hiram, king of Tyre, dispatched to him Huram Abi, the son of a Danite woman and a Tyrian father, who knows how to work in gold, silver, bronze, iron, stone, and wood, and in purple, blue, linen, and crimson fabrics, a very versatile guy. This is the only association between Phoenicians and purple in the Hebrew Bible. The Book of Chronicles was composed no earlier than the 5th century BCE, most probably later, and notably in the parallel text in Kings, Hiram is supplying Solomon only with timber. So Doré didn't read Chronicles. The picture emanating from earlier texts is different. In Ezekiel's famous lament over Tyre, we've mentioned it already, a text probably finalized in the 6th century, the sources of the city's purples are the islands of Elisha, namely Cyprus. Regarding the Assyrian text, Argamanu and Takiltuul is reported to be taken from several places all over the empire, from the North Syrian sphere, such as unspecified places in Patinu, Kumukh, as you can see, Karkemish, hundreds of kilometers, by the way, from the Mediterranean, from Melid, Gurgum, and Damascus, from the south, the Arabs, the Kedarites, from the coast, Byblos, Sidon, Tyre, from Samaria, and from Jerusalem. Obviously, most of these locales are not where dye production and dyeing took place. Byblos, Sidon, and Tyre, and any number of coastal sites in Patina are indeed possibilities, but the bottom line is that the Assyrian texts do not contribute unequivocally to the identification of purple production sites. But usually what you will read is this, small extraction, this is a very partial truth. This is what you will read in most textbooks. Lastly, apropos early texts, Homer, who took interest both in Phoenicians and in purple, never associates between the two, as opposed to the later text. Turning to archaeology, sites around the Mediterranean where purple dye production and coloring textiles took place have been discussed extensively, but even after more than a century of archaeological research, the identification of such potential sites remain highly contested. This is mainly due to the fact that evidence is usually scant, such as one or a few potsherds stained purple. This, for instance, lately published from Kition, is an exception because they have they are all fragments of one vessel, but they have one complete vessel stained purple, or purple traces in sediments. And more often than not, it is indirect. For example, concentration of purple producing marine shells. But these, however, could have served other purposes, such as for food, medicine, construction, and more. Occasionally, various installations were speculated to have been required in the manufacturing process, such as pools or ovens, but this has never been really proven. Furthermore, and this is even more to our point today, many discussions of purple dye production in the 2nd and 1st millennia are beset with often perpetuating chronological inaccuracies. Just for archaeologists here, you know that there's a Pithos whose purple stained in 11th century Kaysan, stratum 9. This is cited all over as a 9th century find. Why? I have no idea, but this appears in several publications. So, as stated by Dimitra Milona, I quote her, purple dye production and to a lesser degree use is discussed as a timeless phenomenon where Bronze Age and later case studies are considered side by side as if technology did not change much over time. The lack of chronological accuracy inter alia hampers the ability to outline historical trajectories in this quintessential industry. I recommend this recent paper as the most accurate in every facet in the reliability of the evidence and in chronology and regarding chronology, with some of our amendments, but they are really minor. So Rees 2025 is the source to consult. Among this general ambiguousness, one side stands out. Tel Shikmona is a very small mound on Israel's Carmel coast. The Shikmona shoreline is partially barred from the sea by high limestone abrasion platforms that provide even today one of the best habitats for various marine life, including Muricidae in the Levant. If you want to find near access, you go to Shikmona. Though is not bad either, but Shikmona is better. These reefs are the reason for the continuous extensive purple dye production at this specific spot, which I will review in a second. Extensive excavations on the Tel revealed a very detailed, approximately 500 years long Iron Age stratigraphical sequence, about 1100 to 600 BCE, with continuous and variegated evidence of dye production. It produced about 150 objects stained purple and about 40 more artifacts that are related to the production but are not stains, including stone objects and tools, as you can see. Some of them for crushing the shells and the others still have to be studied. Fragments of clay purple producing vats, I'll come back to them, found in specially designated workshops, and many, especially, this is the large majority, many objects that were stained apparently secondarily in trash pits. Sometimes it's obvious, you see, when you see a piece like that, when you have the color, but also on the surface and on the section, this is clear that this is secondary staining, but this is something we still have to study. And large concentration, this is just a small example of crushed Muricidae. Altogether, in its quantity and variety of purple-related objects and longevity of production, Shikmona surpasses in an order of magnitude any other known site around the Mediterranean in any period. All these objects and the size of the vats attest, as you've seen, about 350 liters, attest to the intensity of the industry. Zooming in chronologically, these are the most relevant points of the Shikmona sequence. For about a century and a half, in the beginning of the Iron Age, about 1050 to 900 BC, inhabitants of small villages at Shikmona, we dubbed them Strata 15 and 14, produced purple dye, but not much can be said beyond that, and the scale of production is unknown. By their material culture, these villages may be regarded as part of the early Iron Age Phoenician sphere. They join the general vista of sparse production of purple dye in the Levant and Cyprus in the early Iron Age, which continues the sparse late Bronze Age production. In the 9th century, in the early 9th century, our stratum 13, the site evinces a dramatic transformation. A casemate enclosure was constructed over the stratum 14 village, ending its life, most probably indexing a takeover by a local or regional power. For the first time around the Mediterranean, purple production and dyeing are tested on a large scale in a fortified compound dedicated to the industry, where production of the dye and dyeing were conducted in massive, specially designated vats, the earliest known archaeologically in the ancient world. Shikmona is the only site in the Mediterranean where production is attested in Iron Age 2A-B, practically this sequence, a long time. Based on architectural affinities, on ceramics, and on historical consideration, this has already been published, we argue that the Carmel coast was taken by the Kingdom of Israel, and that this industrialization was initiated by its kings, that's some of the material culture, kings who identified the immense profit to be gained. Comparison of the stratigraphical and ceramic sequence of Shikmona and Dor, the regional port town and administrative center, suggests that Shikmona was annexed before Dor, and that control of purple production was the first and probably primary motivation of the kingdom's expansion from the hill country westward to the Carmel coast under the Omrite dynasty. Israel fortified the site while utilizing local expertise and labor for the production, whether by coercion or through collaboration is unclear. The site became one of the kingdom's main sources of wealth finance. Indeed, at Shikmona, the process of the commodification of purple-dyed wood can be followed, an aspect of the stepping up of globalization processes in the Mediterranean during the 9th century BC. From then on, production at the site was sustained for centuries. Globalization coalesced with other factors, mainly the high regard of the Assyrians for purple garments, as indexing royalty and royal favor, mirrored faithfully in texts from the 9th century BC and on. After several changes and one destruction, strata 12 and 11, the industrial complex was finally violently terminated about 740 BCE. Just before it was destroyed, stratum 11 marks a peak in production, the days of Jeroboam II, if you will. We calculated a minimum of 16 vats in operation, each, as indicated, holding about 15 liters of dye mix. So during the 9th and 8th century, Shikmona must have been a major source of purple-dyed wool, probably, to privileged classes and temples in Israel, Judah, Lebanon, Philistia, and likely also Assyria. The ample Cypriot pottery in these strata may also point to overseas clientele. After the destruction, for about 70 years, occupation at the site shrank drastically, nonetheless still producing unequivocal signs of purple dye production. Subsequently, another turn of the tide occurred about 670 BCE, stratum 8. When Western Asia was under Assyrian dominion, a new well-planned yet unfortified purple dye hub was built over the small stratum 9 occupation, either in Esarhaddon's or Ashurbanipal's reigns. We think Esarhaddon, but we need to argue this. Stratum A signifies a second peak in Shikmona's industry, undoubtedly conducted under Assyrian superintendents, control, and taxing. As was generally, by the way, the case with important industry and other profitable economic endeavors in the conquered territories. Thus, throughout most of the 9th to 7th century, Shikmona should be considered a pivotal node in any assessment of the production of purple-dyed wood and of East Mediterranean exchanges. Only after the withdrawal of the Assyrians did the production begin to spread again, as you can see, but this is another story, not for today. So what about Tyrian purple? Esarhaddon's reign was a relatively good one for Tyre. After Sidon rebelled, the Assyrians destroyed the city in 676 BCE, constructed Kar Esarhaddon in its stead, handed over Sidonian cities to Tyre, and concluded the treaty with Baal, with clauses granting special trading privileges to Baal and the people of Tyre, and guaranteeing the safety of Tyrian crews. The extensive construction activities and renewal of large-scale production in Shikmona in stratum 8, as well as the significant ceramic and architectural transformation, I didn't really see it, show it, observed as the site, suggest external initiative, For example, the entire ceramic repertoire turns Phoenician. I didn't bring pottery today. Thus, in the mid-7th century BC, the kingdom of Tyre emerges as the most likely candidate in Shikmona's operator. This, to our minds, signals the beginning of Tyrian importance in Levantine purple production, which was boosted by Sidon's destruction and subsequently by Shikmona's annihilation during the Babylonian conquest and that of other South Levantine production sites, such as purple production sites such as Dor and Kabri. By the way, I think that the annihilation, I mean the destruction around 600 of the southern Levant is something that is to be taken much more into consideration when we consider the fate and the history of Phoenicia during the second half of the first millennium. You know, a whole area of competition was gone. By the end of the first millennium BCE, Tyre's status as the leading producer of dye was well established, though it remained only one of several Mediterranean centers involved in the industry. To sum up, the trajectories observed at Shikmona may apply to other coastal sites. I'm showing something. We refer mainly to the transition from decentralized, dispersed, small-scale activities in the late Bronze and early Iron Age Levant to fewer, more organized, centralized, and extensive manufacturers with new technologies. The vats, by the way, exemplify a new technology, not today, under monarchic regimes and later under imperial powers in the 9th century BC. Tyre may have been one of these sites. However, both archaeological and textual evidence regarding purple production at Tyre in the Iron Age is currently totally moot. We argue that the destruction of the Shikmona factory after 500 years of production and of other South Levantine purple producing sites was one of the factors that contributed to the later emergence of Tyre as a dominant producer. Yet again, as in other Phoenician cases, we learn that reports in late text, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, and Latin cannot be automatically retrojected into the Iron Age. Now, wait a minute. I'll get back to the acknowledgement slide, but I want to show something. I put it here because this is really work in progress. We only started and it's not a final word. You know, we all learned, I learned with the Ephraim Stern, that Tyrian coins from the 5th century already bear Murex depictions. And we started to check this. This is really, we only started. But from what we found till now, when you check the early coins, the 5th century coins, what you see here is not a Murex. This is a shell called Charonia. We know it well from many contexts. It was, used as trumpets. It's very, very prevalent in sites in the Levant. You start seeing Murexes and the dog in imperial coins. Again, to us, this is very significant, but it's really, we're just checked, just a few corpora, and we'll see where it develops. Thank you.
We have time for questions, please.
Thank you, Aya. This is really interesting. And I've been following some of this work that you've been doing. Can you explain if there's any evidence of actual textile production at Shikmona, or do you think it's just dye and then the dye gets exported? What other evidence do you have?
Okay. First of all, there was spinning going on. So we have generous amount of spindle holes. They're not huge concentrations, but they exist throughout all strata. And we are quite certain that, spinning was going on. So what they dyed to our minds are either fleeces or fibers. Regarding weaving, the evidence is more problematic because again, there are loom weights throughout the sequence, but not too many. For instance, Rehov is much more than we are. So also the excavation is more extensive. And in the late under the Assyrian, in the Assyrian levels, there are no loom weights at all. So in this period, we're quite sure that fibers, fleeces, whatever were exported, and weaving was going on in some special centers, maybe in Assyria itself. Regarding the earlier periods, it's unclear. I don't think that much weaving was going on there.
Thank you.
אתה תנהל או אני לא? זרז הרגע אחרי כן.
Thank you very much for this interesting paper. Are there evidences of pools growing murex like indoor? And what is the relation between the door production and the Shikmona production?
Okay, I don't believe any pool, neither indoor nor in Shikmona, was used to growing for breeding murexes. You can't date them, it's not certain, but if you want to breed murexes, the easiest way is to keep them in baskets in the water. You don't need to have pools for that.
Yeah, that I know.
I don't think any
already
connection can be proven in either side between the pools and
was there any relation between production of murex indoor and Shikmona?
Listen, Shikmona, we were lucky, it's not us. Lgavish was lucky to excavate a tiny site which is entirely devoted to the production. Though there are signs of production from the early Iron Age to the Hellenistic period, but it's very sparse and dispersed. The chance if there was a factory somewhere, though, we didn't find it. So, when you deal that's the advantage of Shikmona, that, this is the essence of the site, and it's tiny. So you couldn't miss it. רגע, עמי.
I just want to ask, in the Bible we have this mentioning of Tchelet and Argaman. What is the Tchelet?
You should actually, what you should be asking is what is Tchelet and Argaman? Because both Tchelet and Argaman and Takil, basically Takil to and Argaman in the Akkadic text, let's start with this, that it is totally unclear whether those two terms relate to marine dyes. There are names of colors, and actually there are several cases, not several, one or two cases, where we can actually show that it is written that Argamanu is produced from plant-based dyes. So this was a color. What our argument is that at least from the 9th century and on, when production, at least in Shikmona and probably other places as well, starts to be very extensive, it is logical to assume that in the text, the reference, especially the Assyrian text, the reference is really to marine-based, to dyed textiles. But you cannot differentiate in the text between Argamanu made of whatever, other substances, and marine Argamanu. And what the difference between Tchelet and Argaman is, I have no idea, because if you saw our slides and they represent other sites where stained potsherds or other objects were found, you always see this dark purple. We have one shirt that we can, if we really want to, we can call it blue, dark blue. So, and whenever stained objects are found, they're always dark purple or light purple. There's another story, as you've seen, secondarily stained artifacts of this light purplish color, and on the vats, this dark purplish color. We don't have you cannot yet understand this difference. So we didn't find We didn't find anything, and neither did anyone else find blue or light blue, or blue does not exist in the archaeological record. So again, you could argue, these objects, underwent post-depositional processes for millennia, but we do not see archaeologically a difference between Tchelet and we don't know. We cannot provide any explanation to this dual terminology.
One question, what is that surprise? So if I might just comment a little bit about the range of colors, because folks have done essentially ethno-archaeological work, and you do get a range from purples to blues to red. And I think it has to do with of course, probably the species of shell, but maybe how long you leave the wool in the dye, and then also how long it's exposed to light. Right, you can think about the fading of your own clothes and drapes.
They do not fade.
Yeah.
This doesn't fade.
Well, but because it's been buried for thousands of years, it's out of the sunlight.
Listen, the only thing we can say is that you could produce purples and blues from all species. It depends mainly on the length of exposure to the sun during manufacture. I never saw anything red anywhere, not in modern experiments, and not, I mean, red.
Okay, well, then that fits the biblical dualistic divide. But anyway, let's get on to my question. I'm just curious about your attribution of the political power over the site. So initially to northern Israel, and then eventually, I think, to Assyria, much later in time, unless I misunderstood you.
Did I say Syria?
Assyria.
Assyria, yes.
Excuse me, I didn't pronounce very well. But could it not have been under some sort of hegemony of Tyre?
Okay, this is what we think is happening. Listen, when we start, this is not Israeli colonialism that you're witnessing. When we started really innocently to publish Shikmona, when we just started, we called it, our first paper was called a forgotten Phoenician site on, so we were sure, it's on the coast, of course it's Phoenician. But from stratum 13 and on, you start to see material manifestations that are typical of Israel. So they're not typical only of Israel. 3-room houses, a huge amount, most of the pottery becomes Israelite. It doesn't happen at all, by the way. So it's always the comparison. So most of the mundane vessels produced at Shikmona are from inland types. You could switch Shikmona with Megiddo, with Chovas Rozdait, if you accept that it's Israelite. And it's totally different, both from what's going on in Lebanon and at Dor. The problem is that we can hardly compare to the Akko Plain because the Akko Plain is not well known. That's a problem. But if it walks like a duck, the difference versus Dor, that is still Phoenician when Shikmona becomes Israelite, is striking. So this is our interpretation. It is an interpretation. Otherwise, I would be happy to hear another explanation for this takeover of Israelite ceramic traditions at the site. And then really what you see that after this period of these two ephemeral strata, we have, the famed 4-room house of Shikmona, which is this is what you have on the tel at the time. It's a tiny habitation. And after this period, when you start again under the Assyrians, everything looks Phoenician. The pottery is Phoenician and Assyrian. I didn't but Assyrianizing shapes, glyptics, which we know now from stratum 8.
Thank you. That really helped clarify the attribution, but appreciate that.
Please join me in thanking IRG. Our next speaker, an online talk, Carolina Asnal. The title of her talk, Phoenicians, Israelites, and the Southern Plain of Akko in the Iron Age 2A.
Seems you cannot see me. Sorry. One moment. Can you see my screen? Because I cannot see.
Yeah, it's not in presentation mode.
I cannot see it. One moment. For some reason, I cannot see the presentation.
We can see it clearly.
I cannot pass the slides because I cannot see it. No. Okay, good, thank you. So I will be speaking about Phoenicians, Israelites, and the southern plain of Akko in the Iron Age 2A. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for inviting me to speak here today. The southern plain of Akko is an area that has received little attention until now. Certainly, in the northern part of the bay has received more attention due to Akko and Talkisang, which are major sites. In the southern plain of Akko, the main site that has received attention is Tel Abu-Hawan. Tel Abu-Hawan is located at the outlet of the Kishon River. Here you can see with the purple arrows the Mount Carmel. The red arrow is the Lower Galilee, and then with the orange arrows is the Kishon as it flows from the Israel Valley. Therefore, Tel Abu-Hawan has access to the river that leads to the Israel Valley. And the site of Tel Regev, as we'll see, is located at the mouth of the valley that gives access to the Israel Valley. Tel Abu-Hawan, during the Iron Age period, was an island, again at the outlet of the Kishon, and also surrounded by Wadi Salman. Today, Tel Abu-Hawan is about 1.5 kilometers inland because of sedimentation. The Kishon River then allows travelers to go from west to east or east from west to the Jordan Valley, and that's a major opening. Ami Mazar, when speaking about Tel Rehob, has considered that it is possible. Tel Rehob was receiving imports from Tel Abu-Hawan through this route that goes by the Kishon River, goes to Yokneam, Megiddo, Israel, and to the Israel Valley. It is also possible that some of those gifts came from Dor. From Dor, it was also possible to go to Yokneam, skipping the final part of the Kishon outlet. But we know that at least at times, this has been one of the ways people use to connect in the Mediterranean with the Israel Valley. There's also another possible road inland that goes through the Nahal Gedora. Thus, Halartzi some years ago proposed that Hatzor would be receiving goods from the Mediterranean, from Tel Abu Hawan, and through the Nahal Gedora, Kaysan, Hanaton, etc. So Tel Abu Hawan is key to understand the connections of the southern plain of Akko with the inland territory, whether it is with the Israel Valley or even farther up north with Hatzor. Now, in the Bible, it is said that at the time of King Solomon, King Hiram King Hiram of Tyre was providing cedar and cypress timber, while Solomon was giving him 20,000 cords of wheat as food for his household and 20 cords of beaten oil. Additionally, in the book of Kings, it is also said that at the end of 20 years, in which Hiram had been providing King Solomon for building his temple, his palace and the temple of Jerusalem, Solomon gave him 20 cities in the land of Galilee in exchange for it. Hiram didn't like it, and he said, what land is this that you have given me? But nonetheless, he kept them. It is later added that Hiram gave King Solomon 120 talents of gold. There have been big discussions about whether there is any reality to this. Certainly, there is all the issue of the law chronology now that questions all of this. But some scholars have also argued that there probably is some kernel of truth in this, because it makes Solomon look bad. The fact that he's losing territory makes him look bad. One way or another, given the controversy with the chronology right now of the early Iron Age 2, it is difficult to say much about that. But we have in Tel Abu Hawan a site that has been at the center of the chronological dispute since it was excavated many years ago. Hamilton, the British archaeologist, excavated it in the 1930s, and from the moment he excavated the site became the issue of much discussion, because in those days not so many sites had been excavated, and the fact that at Tel Abu Hawan 2 Aegean sherds were found was considered crucial to date other sites. The date of those Aegean sherds changed, and so did the chronology of Tel Abu Hawan in a type of round argumentation. One way or another, Tel Abu Hawan was considered important, although given that it was one of these early excavations that had its chronology move, it was left aside as time passed by. In the 1980s, though, Jacqueline Valency of the CNRS, in those days doing her PhD, she reviewed all of Hamilton's excavation. She did her PhD on that, and she found a lot of additional material, and she refined the chronology of Tel Abu Hawan. She did that mostly for the LB layers and for the iron one. But then she invited another researcher, María Dolores Herrera, Lola Herrera, Spanish archaeologist, to do the same type of revision in relation to the Iron II period. María Dolores Herrera completed her PhD and published it as microfiches. Unfortunately, most people in Israel don't know about it, or in the English-speaking world in general, because it was published in Spanish and in microfiches at first. Later, though, in the early 2000s, Francisco Gómez Toscano, Paco Gómez Toscano, published a book of María Dolores Herrera out of it. And there's a book now. It's not just in microfiche. The book can be read. It is in Spanish, but it can be read. So here you have a summary of the identification of the subphases inside Stratum 3 María Dolores Herrera did. I'm not going to go through the whole of it, but just so you know, she distinguished 6 phases inside the stratum 3, and she was able to isolate different units in each of these phases, in addition to material culture. So this became a much more refined chronology. Then, on the basis of what they had done reviewing Hamilton's excavations, they launched the Mission Archéologique Française de Jérusalem. This mission is the Mission Archéologique Française de Tel Abu-Hawan, started investigating the site. As it happened, it still remained a lot of the site that was unexcavated. The site became an official site again, and they opened 54 squares. In the process, they found 2 additional shirts, Aegean shirts. The first 2 that you can see here, excuse me, are the ones published by Hamilton, the ones that have been at the center of the chronological dispute from the beginning, which is a black burnished cap, an Ovian cap of the middle of the 9th century, and skyphos with pendant semicircles. Then Maria Dolores Herrera, when she was doing her PhD, found this third piece, which is a geometric skyphos of around the middle of the 8th century. And when they did the additional work in the middle of the 1980s, they discovered this body chart of an Uvian crater with pedestal. So the chronology of stratum 3 was considered, with all these stages, was extended from the 10th century down till the second half of the 8th century BCE. Tel Abu-Hawan 3 didn't have the so-called sausage jars, and it didn't have mushroom lip jugs, which are characteristic of the last part of the 8th century. So it was considered that it stopped existing before those types became popular. In the Mission Archéologique de Tel Abu-Hawan, Jacqueline Valency, together with Lola Herrera and Michal Artzi, as I said, did more excavations. And one of the things that was concluded was that what Hamilton had considered stratum 3 bastion was not of the stratum 3, it's a Persian period bastion, and that it is sitting on top of an Iron Age ramp of the stratum 3 that is held by a retaining wall. Because this was blocked by the later bastion, it was not possible to excavate it, but north of the retaining wall, there were several well-stratified floors. So here I'm going to show you some of the materials that were found in those floors. And you can see balls with paint, cooking pots of the type that is characteristic in the north, that you can see also in areas that are supposed to be considered Israelite. And you can see 3 cooking pots with marks. Now, these are quite characteristic of the Yokneam Kiri area. At both places, they found lots of them. And in Yokneam, they determined that there had to be at least several centers of production for these cooking pots. But one way or another, the production places were in Yokneam or in Kiri, in that area. So that means that these cooking pots were brought to Tel Abu-Hawan from the Yokneam area. There were storage jars of this type that in Shikmona now they consider the stratum 13. Also the bases of pithos that perhaps were also used for purple production in the sense of the parallels. And then a lot of what is typically called Samaria ware, which is not from Samaria. And as I explained when I did my dissertation, my doctoral dissertation, based on petrographic analysis, the so-called Samaria ware found in most of what is nowadays Israel, but for Hatzor, is made in the Phoenician coastline. The so-called Samaria ware from Hatzor is something else. It is locally made in the Hatzor area. But the so-called Samaria ware found at Arsif, at Keisan, at Tel Abu Hawan, and at many places, even down the coast, as much south as Ashkelon, come from the Phoenician coastline in the area of Lebanon. There were also red slip ware jacks of a type that has been dated to the 9th century BCE, and additionally there were some bichrome jacks or jacklets, and there was a lot of black on red. There were black on red balls, black on red jacklets, etc. And in addition, there were also some other Cypriot balls. Here you have a white painted one, and there was a Mycenaean cap. Now, given that Tel Abu Hawan has such a big chronology from the 10th to the second half of the 8th, it's very difficult to try to get to conclusions. So years ago, we were interested in trying to refine our understanding of what happened in the southern plain of Akko, and myself, together with Michal Artzi and Shalom Yankelevitz at first, later with Amani Abu Hamed, and sponsored by San Luis University, the University of Haifa, the Universidad Internacional SEC from Ecuador, and the Instituto Español Bíblico y Arqueológico de Jerusalén, we conducted a survey in the area because given that Tel Abu Hawan gives access through the Kishon River to the Israel Valley, I thought of the possibility of exploring the waterways. So we did this study of sites that had Iron Age material close to the Kishon River, and its two outlets here, the Nahal Gedora and the Nahal Tzipori, that goes to the comes rather from the Lower Galilee. So these are different access ways. I don't have the time to explain all of the survey, but I will just say that as in other places in the LV, there was a lot of occupation in the Lower Galilee, but as Gunnar Lehmann pointed out many years ago, in the Iron One, those places were abandoned, and you had some new settlements in the coastal plain. Now, in the Iron Age 2, in the early in the Iron Age 2 in general, I would say, you see there is an explosion of sites in the plain and along the Tzipori River as well, and also as far south as Tel Me'amer. Now, in the Iron Age 2B, there aren't as many places providing material. It is true that this is a survey, so you cannot say this is certain. But it was interesting to see that the Nahal Gedora doesn't seem to have had as much material at the time. And for the later part of the Iron Age to be in the 8th century, interestingly, I, together with the people who conducted the survey, we were able to find materials only along the Tzipori River. We didn't find in the other areas. And then in the 7th century, 7th, there were materials all over again. So these are the sites that we surveyed. After the survey, we started excavating at El Regef to try to understand what we had seen in the survey. Tel Regef is a medium-sized site, estimated to be around 4 hectares, located about 9 kilometers from the Mediterranean Sea. So we excavated in the eastern part of it at a place with a depression that suggested that perhaps there was a gate. And well, this is the final session of excavations. In total, we've identified 10 strata and of the Iron Age strata, we could see a lot of 9th century material. A lot of this material shares features with the material of Tel Abuja 1. And we saw that although the cooking pots, these are not the same type of cooking pots I showed you before, but altogether is cooking pots that you can see also in the northern sites. The common ware is similar to northern sites, but also there are a lot of red slipware items and the so-called Phoenician bicron. Here you can see a spout, which is quite a large spout, as a matter of fact. Which is coming. This is all coming from the same locus. And also a number of red slipware jacks, highly shiny steel. And next to those jacks, bichrome jack with black circles, horizontal black circles, and vertical circles and horizontal black and red circles, and also shirts of some base with this reticular pattern that reminds one of things, of vessels, jars seen at Horvatros site and El Rejob, attributed to the Phoenicians as well. In addition to this type of cooking pot. Okay, so the material culture of the 9th century shares features with Tel Abuja 1 for sure, and then also with other places in the north. But together with what we can see at Keisan and other places, what you can see is a material culture that in some ways it looks like what is on the other side of the Israel Valley, or what is on the side of the Israel Valley, rather, and also of features that are considered Phoenician. And that makes sense if we consider this is a border area. In the 9th century, Shalmaneser III is said to have placed a stela at Bali Rassi, identified as Mount Carmel, and that there he received tribute of Balimenser, the Tyrian king, and of Jehu, son of Omri. So that means if the border was at Mount Carmel, the northern foot of Mount Carmel would be the Phoenician area and very close to the Israelite area. So then it would make sense that they in that area would have features of both what is considered Israelite and what is considered Phoenician. Looking at the materials from several periods, we could see that that mixture of features happens in the LV, the Iron Age, in the Persian period, but also that the material culture found at Tel Regev is quite similar to the material culture found at Tel Abuja 1. They are clearly linked, and they must have had a lot of contact. Now, still, as I mentioned before, Tel Abuja 1 seems to have been getting materials in both directions, meaning on the one hand, it had a lot of Cypriot material, at least for in the 9th century, but we also know that in other periods as well. But at least in the 9th century, we see also some materials coming from the Yognian area. Because of that, I'm inclined to think that at least in the 9th area, in the 9th century BCE, of the two possible routes that I mentioned before, the one that probably had more impact was the one going towards Megiddo and further to the Jordan River. I think when we think about the Phoenicians, it is also important to wonder if there may be an additional aspect of their identity, at least in this period, which is, as we know, the Phoenicians have been identified already in the Bible as people who work with timber, with the cedar timber, people who work with bronze, people who were manufacturers of elite manufacturers, people who were sailors, who were merchants. But that trade is typically associated with the sea, and that's how they made it to the Western Mediterranean. But based on what we see in the southern plain of Akko, I wonder if perhaps in this area, the ones who were doing the trade inland could also be Phoenician. I'm thinking particularly of the 9th century. The Bible mentions that at the court of King Ahab, his Phoenician wife, Jezebel, was promoting, together with Ahab, the worship of Baal. We know that the worship of Baal was in Samaria before. But the fact that it mentions that with this queen, there was a particular promotion of the prophets of Baal, could perhaps suggest that there could be Phoenicians, given that she was a Phoenician queen. And in any case, even if that were not the case, given that she was a Phoenician princess, it would make sense that there were some people interested in going to Samaria from Tyre. So along with those people, I think it is quite possible that at this time, the ones taking materials inland towards the area of Megiddo and farther south to Samaria were Phoenician. So why? Because if Dor in the 9th century was controlled by Israel, as the Teldor team suggests, what would the Israelites gain by going through Tel Abu Hawan? It seems to me that in the 9th century, Tel Abu Hawan was probably in the hands of Phoenicians, given, well, all of the southern plain of Akko was, but the trade in particular, I think the trade inland could have been taken from Tel Abu Hawan here and then farther east or south by Phoenician traders themselves. So when thinking about the Phoenicians, I think that this may be something to add to their identity, at least in the 9th century BC. And as last, I wanted to show you the figurine I show you. This is a figurine found at Tel Regef of the 8th century. This figurine has parallels in Shikmona, and Araco is a lady with a braid and is a Phoenician style. So this seems to be related to worship. We don't know if as a goddess or as a worshipper, perhaps with a tambourine. But that shows that Phoenician character continued through the 8th century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are out of time, so I hope we'll have opportunity to ask questions, Professor Aznar, by email or in the panel discussion if there is. Oh, maybe there is time for one question.
May I make one comment?
You still have the mic?
I do. I know it's a surprise that I have something to say, but bear with me. Since the last two papers are directly relevant, 2 years ago, my book on Tel Akko Area H was published, and there's a big chapter there on what I would call the Iron 2A 2B transition. You guys can put a century to it if you want. There's no direct evidence for dating, so it had to be comparative. But the material is out and published, and so it's there for comparison.
Thank you. And can you please pass the mic to Van Talkin here, Alexander Van Talkin?
Oh.
Thank you, Carolina, for this very stimulating talk, and we shall be in touch because I have the NAA results for Abu Wam material now from Hamilton excavations, from so-called Aegean Pendleton historical skiffos and the Carp, and apparently they're not Aegean at all. So it's very interesting. They joined the group with Tel Rehov, Tel Abel Maacha. They all come from unknown production center at the moment. We cannot locate it, but we have members in Italy, in Fokis, but not on Ibia, not a single one on Ibia. So it's a completely different mechanism of distribution of Greek geometric pottery that operated alongside the Euboean one, of course, but it was produced somewhere else. So we can discuss this later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you once again. We are moving on to the next speaker. Nina Meyerson from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. The title of her talk, Phoenician Bichrome Style as an Expression of Identity at Inland Sites, a case study from Tel Abel Bet Makkah. Please.
Sorry, do you mind dropping the lights? We can't see back there.
Of course, the lights at the back.
No, just turn off the ones up front.
How's that? Among the primarily undecorated ceramic assemblage at Phoenician sites along the coast of Lebanon and northern Israel, one early and distinct stylistic group has long stood out. Phoenician bichrome, characterized mainly by the enclosed band design, a thin black band or bands bordering a thick red band that maintains a horizontal line of symmetry. Large quantities have originated from stratigraphic excavations, particularly from the Iron Age 1B and 2A, at, for example, Tyre and Sarepta, Tel Abu Hawam, Tel Dor, and on Cyprus, and at numerous tomb sites in these regions and beyond. Excavations at inland sites, particularly in the northern valleys of Israel, have also yielded assemblages of Phoenician bichrome wares, both imported and, as petrographic analysis has revealed, locally made. The following paper explores this phenomenon through the case study of an assemblage of Phoenician bichrome ceramics originating from Tel Abel Bet Makkah in the northern Hula Valley, and more specifically, a group of decorated storage jars that form 50% of the overall assemblage. I argue for adopting the term Phoenician bichrome style for these wares, acknowledging the evidently highly significant role that coastal sites played in inspiring the production of such pieces, whilst also accounting for distinct local characteristics and influences on production, decoration, and circulation. Bichrome decorated ceramics, primarily featuring linear and geometric designs, are not an innovation of early Iron Age coastal sites. Across the central and southern Levant, such ceramics have extensive local precedent in the preceding periods. In her seminal 1999 article, The Dynamics of Phoenician Bichrome Pottery, A View from Tel Dor, Ayelet Gilboa argued that the innovation of Phoenician bichrome syntax is the formalized use of bands of different widths. This feature, which was not a part of the Canaanite decorative syntax, was, however, a significant aspect of Cypriot decoration prior to its first systematic appearance on Levantine ceramics. In addition to the enclosed band design here, Cypriot influence may also account for the designs of crosshatched triangles and lozenges painted on early Phoenician bichrome wares, whilst other characteristic decorative elements of this style have precedent both on Cyprus and in the Bronze Age Levant. For Gilboa, the Cypriot fingerprints on these wares is the key to understanding the early Phoenician bichrome stylistic phenomenon, which he considers born to promote trade with the island, likely highly influenced by a physical Cypriot presence on the Levantine coast. In recent decades, petrographic analysis, including an extensive doctoral thesis by Paulo Ayman Barak, has contributed considerably to the collective understanding of the Phoenician bichrome phenomenon. In addition to significant export of Phoenician bichrome wares produced in Lebanon and on the Carmel coast to Cyprus, ceramics were produced and circulated throughout a network of coastal sites in Lebanon and northern Israel, specifically on the Carmel coast and the Akko plain. Coastal produced wares were also distributed to nearby inland sites in the northern valleys, with a preference for proximate regional networks. As Wyman Barak's results showed, imported Phoenician bichrome ceramics from Tel Dan and Tel Rehov, and now Tel Abel Bet Maacha, show a strong connection with Lebanese coastal centers, whilst goods produced on the Carmel coast were more commonly found at inland sites nearby, particularly in the Jezreel Valley, including at Megiddo. More surprising, however, was the identification of contemporaneous Iron Age 1B and 2A local production of Phoenician bichrome ceramics at these inland sites, including at centers in the Jezreel Valley, Megiddo, Tel Shaddud, and Yokneam, and at Tel Dan and now Tel Abel Bet Maacha in the northern Hula Valley. In several cases, these locally produced vessels were found in the same context as imported Phoenician bichrome wares. It should be noted, however, that the distribution of such locally produced wares is almost exclusively limited to the site of production. Based on the analyzed samples to date, Phoenician bichrome ceramics produced at inland sites rarely travel. Two possible exceptions, both jugs produced in the Jezreel Valley, were identified in Iron Age 1B Tel Dan and Iron Age 2A Tel Rehov. In some instances, locally produced bichrome vessels appear indistinguishable from their imported counterparts in terms of style, morphology, and production quality. In other cases, they depart somewhat from the Phoenician bichrome script. For example, some locally made Iron 1 examples at Megiddo are smaller and burnished compared to their counterparts imported from the Carmel coast. Various labels have been attributed to these non-coastal ceramics in scholarship: Phoenician bichrome style, Phoenician painted ware, or Phoenician bichrome. These suggestions highlight a difficulty in conceiving of these wares, which, though taking the form of direct imitations in some instances, elsewhere evidence variation from coastally produced goods. To the evidence described above, we can add a group of ceramics from the early Iron Age at Tel Abel Bet Maacha. Tel Abel El Camp, identified with biblical Abel Bet Maacha, is a 100 dunam mound located in the northern Hula Valley. 12 seasons of excavations have been conducted to date, directed by Naama Yahalom Mak and Nava Panitz Cohen. Among the main excavation areas are Area B on the eastern flank of the upper mound, Area A to its south on the lower Tel, and south of this Area K. Excavations have revealed near continuous occupation from the early Bronze Age 2 until the end of the Iron Age 2A, with sporadic remains from later periods, including the Persian Hellenistic, Roman Byzantine, and Mamluk periods. Iron 1 remains were found across the entire site. Most significant is the uniquely dense stratigraphic sequence in Area A, comprised of 5 strata, A6 to A2. Of particular note is the latest Iron 1 stratum, A2, which housed a large, well-planned public complex with activities related to storage, administration, metalworking, and cult. This complex was destroyed by a major conflagration dated to the mid-10th century BCE. Following this, the site was rebuilt shortly afterwards in the Iron Age 2A with a range of new public structures and industrial installations, including a pottery kiln. In Area B, a massive citadel complex was radiocarbon dated to the late 10th to late 9th century BCE, and in Area K, the Iron Age is dominated by an extensive storehouse complex that culminates at a large conflagration towards the end of the 9th century, when the entire site was abandoned. No remains dating to the Iron Age 2B Assyrian conquest were uncovered. An assemblage of 184 sherds and partially or wholly reconstructed vessels originating from these early Iron Age layers was analyzed in this study, conducted as part of my master's research supervised by Naama Yahalom Mak and Nava Panitz Cohen. Only sherds decorated with linear designs in black and red were included, though some bore additional geometric designs. The distribution of the sherds across the site does not indicate a clear preference for any particular context, though in fact, all the excavated early Iron Age structures are public or industrial in nature. With regards to vessel type distribution, 51% of the assemblage consists of storage jar sherds, 24% are bowls and craters, and the remaining 25% includes a combination of jugs, jar jugs, defined here as closed vessels with horizontal decoration, and jug flasks, defined as closed vessels with concentric decoration. The relative lack of characteristic Phoenician forms is notable. Distinctly Phoenician container shapes, including strainer-spouted jugs and neck-ridge jugs, as well as flasks or flask jugs, are not well represented within the assemblage. 3 vessels were previously subjected to petrographic analysis by Anat Cohen-Weinberger of the Israel Antiquities Authority. 1, an elaborately decorated storage jar from the Area B citadel, was produced on the northern Levantine coast between Sidon and Tyre and imported to the site perhaps as a prestige gift or for its contents. A shallow bowl from the same context, decorated with the enclosed band motif and additional linear designs, was produced from a fabric that is uncommon at Abel Bet Macha and may also constitute a Lebanese import. The third was a largely restored storage jar, also from Area B, which was made of clay local to the site, attesting to local Phoenician bichrome production. Visual examination of the remaining assemblage has identified variability in fabric type, and further analysis is currently underway to better assess the extent of local production and to identify the origins of further potential imports. Though the assemblage includes a variety of types, including tableware, I will now focus briefly on the Phoenician bichrome storage jars. While these are attested at other sites, including examples which are similar in type and decoration to those at Abel, they do not typically constitute a large proportion of the overall assemblage, whether at inland sites or those along the Phoenician coast. By contrast, such jars are the most dominant form at Abel Bet Macha, comprising over half of the analyzed sherds, and with a minimum vessel count of 33 jars, not including the imported jar previously mentioned. Moreover, the bichrome decorated storage jars at the site exhibit a high degree of consistency in typology, technology, and decoration. The jars are characterized by an internally thickened, slightly inverted, rounded rim, a truncated vertical or slightly inclining neck, and a sloping shoulder ending in a sharp carination. The locally produced jar was the best preserved example and is sack-shaped, with a slight waist and 2 loop handles that begin at the shoulder carination and extend to the middle of the body. At Abel Bet Macha, many examples bore prominent coil marks, shedding light on their formation technique. These jars find close morphological parallels to another distinctive Iron Age 2A group of jars at the site, nicknamed Area K jars, as over 60 were found in the storeroom complex in Area K. Though undecorated and with a somewhat different rim, heavier and larger, these jars are also sack-shaped, with parallels mainly in northern Israel from the 10th, 9th, and early 8th centuries BCE. The Area K jars were made using the same coil-forming technology and were produced locally. Strong similarities were noted between the fabric of these undecorated jars and that of many of the bichrome decorated storage jars, suggesting an affinity at the level of production, which needs to be confirmed petrographically. The Abel Bet Macha Phoenician bichrome jars are consistently decorated with linear designs on their rims, necks, shoulders, and bodies. On the rims and necks, this decoration consists of linear designs formed by red and black parallel bands of varying widths. In the vast majority of examples, the rim was painted with a red band that extended down onto the exterior and sometimes also the interior of the jar. Often, a thin black band was painted on the exterior below, and in some examples, there was no further decoration on the neck, whilst others have more comprehensive decorative patterns. The shoulders of these jars were consistently painted with the enclosed band pattern on the upper shoulder, below the neck join, and on the lower shoulder, directly above the caronation. Where preserved, the handles most commonly bore a red painted X, including on the locally produced example. A parallel marking system consisting of incised and impressed marks in different forms are attested on the area K type jars, though these show significant variability in mark form. 46% of the Phoenician bichrome jar sherds were burnished to some extent, almost exclusively on the shoulder or body, as opposed to the neck or rim. A smaller portion of the K jars were covered with red slip and burnish on their shoulder and body. Though belonging to a recognized type of Phoenician bichrome storage jars, which do appear elsewhere, the large quantity of jars at Tel Abel Bet Maacha represents a distinctly local phenomenon. Though only one example underwent petrography, the prominence of this vessel type is in itself noteworthy, as is the consistency evident in its production, morphologically, technologically, and in its decoration. Based on fabric characteristics, overall consistencies, and similarities with other undecorated storage jars from the site, it is likely that many more jars were also manufactured locally. Various explanations have been offered for the local production of Phoenician bichrome decorated ceramics at inland sites. One suggestion is that these vessels reflect a physical presence of Phoenicians and presumably Phoenician potters at such sites, perhaps in connection with the oversight of economic activities. This explanation may account for examples which are virtually indistinguishable by eye from coastal Phoenician bichrome ware. Even if produced and consumed locally by populations who originated from the coast, locally produced examples would still, however, constitute a phenomenon distinct from coastal production, insofar as they were not actively embedded within broader coastal trade networks. Alternatively, the ceramics may have been produced locally by local potters. In such a case, production could have emerged solely through visual imitation of the imported genuine product, or by direct transmission via interaction with coastal craftspeople. Within this framework, it has been suggested that such wares may represent economically motivated imitations intended to compete with imported Phoenician bichrome vessels. The assemblage from Abel Bet Maacha is notable for the degree of freedom evident in the application of the bichrome decorative syntax, especially on the storage jars, in its frequent use on less common vessel forms, in the decorative choices, and in the creation of a systematic product that, while clearly inspired by Phoenician bichrome wares from the coast, does not appear to aim at strict imitation. In this context, the economic benefit of producing such wares may have been related to cultural capital rather than to direct competition with imported commodities. The distinct decorative syntax may have become associated with ideas of exoticism, quality, or prestige, perhaps due to conceptions of wealth or success of Phoenicians themselves or the contents usually held in Phoenician bichrome vessels. The syntax alone, even when applied to non-traditional vessel forms, may therefore have functioned as a marker of status, rather than a statement related to ethnic identity. This may explain the high proportion of tableware, especially shallow bowls decorated in this style at Abel Bet Maacha. The presence of imported open vessels, such as the likely imported bowl, further suggests that the ceramics themselves may have carried value independent of their contents. In such a scenario, local potters may have felt freer to experiment with design or to apply the syntax to non-traditional forms, producing localized iterations of a Phoenician bichrome style, specific to local preferences. While there is no indication that the political identity of the Abel Bet Maacha community was aligned with the Phoenician coastal cities, the evidence points to a high degree of connectivity with the Phoenician coast in the late Iron I and especially in Iron IIA, shaping local material culture and influencing conceptions of prestige and value. This approach recognizes the significance of adopting a foreign decorative syntax whilst also emphasizing the specific local trajectories of sites in the northern valleys during the early Iron Age. Finally, it should be noted that Canaanite Bronze Age bichrome decoration continued to be applied to ceramics at Abel Bet Maacha, appearing in the same strata as Phoenician bichrome style wares. Particularly striking are 6 pick sides, 5 from the Iron Age 1 strata in Area A and 1 from the Iron Age 2 stratum A1, all decorated with alternating black and red bands of equal width. The continuation of local decorative tradition into the Iron Age may also have contributed to the ease of adopting Phoenician bichrome syntax, which itself has roots in the Canaanite decorative tradition of the southern Levant. It remains to continue this study by expanding the provenancing of this pottery group and to analyze it on a regional basis, vis-a-vis other sites in the Hula Valley and more distant inland sites. This information will significantly enhance our understanding of the cultural and economic interactions between the coastal Phoenicians and the inland inhabitants of the territorial kingdoms of the early Iron Age. Thank you. Just to turn it on. I think it's not on, sorry.
So much for this wonderful work, and looking forward to reading it. I have a question that I've been asking myself for a long time. And this is, I'm wondering, what is the bigger mechanism behind this? Is this because the pottery, which obviously we can follow from the coast inland, or is it the other way around? Does it represent the need for the coast for the agricultural product? And I'm connecting your work to Carolina's earlier and to what Ifat Irani discussed about yesterday at the Dan and many others. And I was just wondering for years, so sorry to take it out now, to bring it now. What would you think of, how would you see the bigger mechanism behind it?
No, it's a fascinating question, and I know you also addressed it in your thesis, and there is clearly evidence of material also coming from inland sites back to the coast. So this is a two-way interaction. In terms of how kind of the chicken and the egg and, you know, what's really important there is still a question. We have, for example, other Phoenician objects which are clearly prestige objects. You know, they're not necessarily part of a regularized trade. So there's evidently different levels of interaction going on and requiring more research for sure to bring it all together. Thank you.
First of all, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful presentation, and I've been following your work last year when I was here as a researcher. I'm very impressed by the results. I'm kind of following up on Paula's question. I think she kind of hinted at it, but I'm going to ask it directly. Do you have any idea what the contents of these storage jars are? Because you have that storage area K, where you have, I don't know, 60, you said? And then you have these decorated storage jars, but they don't seem to be mixed together, right? And maybe it's a chronological component as well, but do you have any idea regarding the contents?
So to your last point, the connection between the two is interesting. They do appear in the same context, but the distribution is different. So the K jars are primarily in area K, and most of the bichrome examples came from area A, although they are also found in K and in B. Most of our examples of the bichrome jars are incredibly fragmented, so it's very hard to say really anything about what's in them. There's not really an opportunity to do residue analysis or anything like that on those. And I think the question still remains, although Nava can correct me, also about what was held in the K jars. Clearly some sort of commodity, and they're found in extensive quantity all in one place. But the question still remains to be answered.
So just kind of a quick follow-up. So the decorated jars, are they mainly in storage areas or in domestic areas or in ritual areas, or have any distribution that's?
The distribution doesn't show any particular preference for a context. We don't have Iron Age 1B or 2A domestic structures at the site, so that kind of level of questioning is out. But they appear in Area K, which is clearly some sort of storage complex, and they appear throughout in the Iron Age 2A layers in Area A, both in areas clearly related to production, in areas which have more of a cultic feel to them. So we can't currently say anything about distribution.
Thank you, Penina. That was fascinating. I've seen, the one example that's very ubiquitous. So to have it contextualized, and then with your deep study, I really appreciated that. Again, a few comments, but not at you, but about the materials. It seemed to me that the ones that are being imported from the coast, and you have the jar and the bowl, to me, that looks like a drinking set, right? Coming in, and then you have your local potters presumably copying at least the jars. I don't know about the bowls because you didn't focus on that for the presentation. But that would suggest that we have some sort of drinkable, wine or something like that coming from the Phoenician coast into the interior. And then Paula, perhaps to begin to solve your question, and it's a big question, right? The coast of Lebanon does not have much of an agricultural hinterland. And so how were they feeding their people? And the answer is that agricultural products were going in the opposite direction. And I'm sorry, Penina, because I didn't catch it. Have there been, like Abel Bet Makat jars found on the coast of Lebanon or the coast of Israel?
We haven't, as far as I know, no, but Paula's is the main study. And if I'm quoting you correctly, there were plain storage jars kind of for the transport of agricultural goods or things like that found on the coast that do come in reverse from inland sites.
The other thing that complicates this question, of course, is that agricultural products can be traded in sacks, and those sacks would not survive. So it's always that, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence kind of argument. But it's helped me solidify, and then especially when you add in Teldan, I can't remember if they're contemporary or not because I'm a little jet lagged still, but it really does seem like there is a hinterland here that's providing coastal areas and probably even Akko with agricultural products. And what's going the other way are imports from Cyprus. You showed some of those. Again, it's difficult to pinpoint the contents, but when you have open vessels versus closed vessels, as you so nicely demonstrated, the open vessels are not being traded because of their contents.
I think what was particularly interesting here, and which I kind of tried to highlight, is maybe the stage after the importation. So how does this material culture influence the local community after it's already been received? And we find, at least from an analysis by eye, and again, it needs to be tested petrographically, but we would suggest that there are locally made bowls, there are locally made jars, and there's kind of a full gamut of local production at the site.
Yeah, absolutely. But what you have with the local imitations of bichrome is simply that you have the influence. It's coming in, a handful of jars are coming in, but local potters are picking up on that style. And then who knows what was in it, but presumably those jars are more rare than the contemporary local jars of similar size. So it probably was something unique or special inside the jars. Thank you.
Nava, please.
Is there time just to add, first of all, Penina, that was spectacular. And what she wrote is even better because it's longer. I did want to add that the K jars, they seem to be a very local phenomenon. We looked parallels, I don't know, Paula, maybe you could speak again, but something similar even, not the decorated ones, just these plain clunky jars were not found in the Lebanese coast. And even the parallels, quote unquote, in northern Israel and even Kuntilat Adrut are different. I mean, sack-shaped jars are sack-shaped jars are sack-shaped jars, but the twist of this local production that Pnina emphasized with the kind of formation technique that is shared with the decorated jars. So the way I'm looking at it in a way is these jars were some kind of a local industry if it also served as moving products as a hinterland. I mean, Abel Beit Malcha, certainly an iron 2A, is an empire. We've got, it's quote unquote, it seems to be an economic unit all in itself with these storehouses and the citadel. And so I think that the fact that these jars were not found in a distribution that we could put our finger on. And as far as the contents, we don't know. It's not like at Tel Rachop, we have these jars with grains and grains. One jar held a block of gypsum, which Nama analyzed in her lab, and that is known to be used in winemaking. And the fact that there was some kind of a liquid in these jars, because we didn't find anything else, not one grain, might point to that. Now, a local industry where some of these similar jars are marked with what Pnina well described as a syntax of maybe status, or some kind of, maybe it did mark the content of these more special jars. So I don't know how much I would put them in this was meant to be part of an economic interaction with the coast. I think my impression now, and Pnina's going to continue the study, it's a more localized phenomenon, production-wise, distribution-wise, but we still are looking at it and still excavating.
May I just?
Thank you, Pnina, for this fantastic talk, and thanks to Carolina and Ayelet for their excellent papers earlier. We are off on a break for half an hour, no, 25 minutes until 11:30. We begin at 11:30. תודה רבה, פנינה.
Okay, well, thank you. So let's just go dive into the actual. This seems to be blocked now on the mouse. Okay, fantastic. So one observation to start with, the only people documented to have had an emic and etic Aramean. So this seems to be. The only people documented that had an emic and etic Aramean.
That's what. You're a good ventriloquist. No, not at all.
Thank you. So again, the only people documented to have had an emic and etic Aramean identity in the Achaemenid period are the Elephantine Yahwists. So this is a Phoenician conference. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Elephantine, but there was a Yahwistic / Jewish, if you prefer, community living at this island facing Aswan in southern Egypt, Upper Egypt, and they had a temple. That's a very well-known story. Again, I'm not going to get into the details. Otherwise, I'll spend several hours just talking about that. But that we had people, Yahwists, living in this island called Elephantine, and in the entire Achaemenid Empire, the only people who were identified by others and identified themselves as Aramean, were these Yahwists at Elephantine. Now, I'm not saying that this did not happen elsewhere. It's just simply we don't have any documentation. I'm just going with the data that I do have and the evidence that I do have, and these are the only people who actually identified as Aramean. Now, I'm going to talk about something that we've actually talked about a little bit this morning, about this special form of symbiosis or affinity between Israel and the Aramean / Phoenician sphere. Israelites and Arameans often allied together in battle against Shalmaneser III. We talked about this already today, and against Judah as well. And the area between northern Palestine and southern Syria was an open frontier. I'm here quoting Angela Berlijung, and basically she says the population was more linked to the Arameans and other population groups than we will ever be able to learn. The Aramean and Israelite social and economic structure cultures, basically those of tribal societies, were closely related from the beginning, mingling with each other from the Iron Age one on, with the result that their culturally specific differentiation within Palestine is hardly possible. So we've seen this actually all morning, these connections, these very, very strong connections between specifically the Northern Kingdom or / Israel and their northern neighbors, Aram and Phoenicia, but specifically, again, going now back to the fact that they identified as Aramean, that we do have that verbatim in several documents from the Achaemenid period. They were the only ones who actually identified as Aramean. I think that is an absolutely striking fact. This is them themselves talking about themselves as Aramean. In Samaria and Egypt, we find close symbiosis between Phoenicians and Yahwists in the Achaemenid period, particularly in administrative contexts. In Samaria, we have ample coinage that has Phoenician imagery on it, coming from Samaria, representing Samaria. We have ostraca in the Elephantine / Syene area. Administrative jar labels and administrative documents that are in Phoenician, showing that they lived together, they lived in close proximity. This is particularly interesting and very recent from the Aga Khan necropolis excavations that are ongoing. This is actually a Phoenician tomb. We know that from the name of the person buried there, but this is a Phoenician tomb found in the Aga Khan necropolis, and Aga Khan necropolis is facing Aswan on the western side. The Egyptians would always bury on the western side, and this is an ongoing excavation. There are some Aramean tomb inscriptions there that are not published yet, and I would not be surprised if we actually have some Yahwists. We haven't found any Yahwist tomb from the thousands of Yahwists that lived in Elephantine. Not one tomb was found. It would not surprise me in the slightest if these tombs are also on the part of this necropolis. So a lot remains to be excavated in relation to Elephantine as well. And I'm sure we'll learn a lot from this when it eventually gets published. So close symbiosis with the Phoenicians in Egypt. Phoenicians in Egypt, Phoenicians in administrative contexts served in Egypt in the Achaemenid period, and Phoenician language itself continued to be used in administrative contexts in Egypt. So that shows a lot. Not only we usually think of Aramean as the administrative language for good reason. That was by far the main one, but there was also Phoenician used in administrative context in Egypt during the Achaemenid period, especially in Saqqara and Memphis and etc. Okay. Now, I'm going to talk about this person called Hananiah. I published an article a few months ago in the JOS that if you're interested in going much deeper into what I'm only going to sketch out today, you can read much more detail on this. Of course, now for time constraints, I will have to only provide a sketch of this incredibly interesting character called Hananiah. Hananiah arrives in Egypt in 419 before the current era, and he has a very, very authoritative profile, a very high status. He is the one writing the so-called Passover letter, very authoritative, commanding a certain observation to be kept. Very powerful person from the get-go, from his initial kind of trace on the historical record. And then for about 10 years, for about a decade after his arrival in 419 BCE, the Yahwists in Egypt, but specifically in Elephantine, basically undergo a period of persecution. It's not yet anti-Semitism as some people have tried to portray it, but it is a period of persecution during this decade. And by 410, at least in my analysis, he is already groomed, and now I'm kind of foreshadowing what I'm going to tell you. He is already groomed to actually become satrap of Egypt. Okay, so that is kind of my main argument regarding Hananiah, that he actually is a Yahwist who eventually became, but immediately failed, but became satrap of Egypt. When rulers of Egypt in general in the Achaemenid Empire, when there was a change of power, the people, the locals would always rebel. Every time there's a change of power. And we see it, I mean, very consistently in the history of the Achaemenid Empire, and specifically in Egypt. This particular rebellion succeeded and eventually drove off the Persians from Egypt for the first time. Now, there's a letter that the Yahwist at Elephantine writes, or one Yahwist writes to his brethren at Elephantine. And he says, now, behold, they are coming to you. And he's talking about a pair of servants. Look after them. He was telling the community, you need to look after these servants, these two servants. Whatever desire and thing that Jeho and Ho, so these are two servants with Egyptian names, shall seek from you, you stand before them so that a bad thing shall not be found about you. To you it is known that Chnum is against us since Hananiah has been in Egypt until now. So I'm just stopping here. We have been suffering. Chnum is against us. The deity Chnum, I should explain that people don't know. That is the deity, the chief deity of the first cataract of Elephantine and the islands surrounding it. Chnum is against us since Hananiah. So since Hananiah has been in Egypt, we have been suffering the wrath of the local deity. when whatever you do for Chor, for this servant, for probably your own houses or your own souls you are doing, Chor is a servant of Hananiah. You lavish from your houses goods as much as your hand finds give him. It is not a loss for you. For that reason, I send word to you. He said to me, probably Chor, send a letter ahead of me. So Chor is actually ordering this head of the community. Send this letter ahead of me. If there is much loss, there is backing for it in the house of now Anani. Whatever you do for him shall not be hidden from Anani. So it seems that there is a mix here between Anani and Hananiah. But the servant is the servant of both, apparently, here in this case. Notice well, the arrows are a little bit off in this animation, but Hananiah and Anani in these two cases. So we have Jehu and Chor, servants of Anani Hananiah, negotiating the release from jail. They are negotiating with the local governor. Okay, with the Frataraka, with the local governor. Servants are negotiating successfully with the local governor to release certain people from jail. Now, this letter, which I call the Anani letter, reveals a remarkable situation where servants again negotiate successfully with the governor. The servants Jehu and Chor could secure prisoner release. The fact that they could secure prisoner release implies that their master, Hananiah or Anani, held status far exceeding that of the local governor. I mean, he did not even deign him to go himself to negotiate with the governor. Okay, he sent his servants to do this, and he knew that this would be successful. Hananiah negotiates via proxies here, rather than personally signaling that he outranks the local governor. Now, if you can see here, this is the hierarchy in the Achaemenid Empire is very, very strict. You have the satrap, which in this case is Arshama, and he was governor at that time for already satrap for 45 years. So he was old and definitely needed to be replaced. And definitely in a place like Egypt, you need a long time to prepare the successor. It's a very complex satrapy, very complex situation. You need preparation. And so Arshama needed to be replaced. That's the satrap. Typically we have the satrapy, the satrap and the provincial governor, and no space in between. But here, certainly, we have someone who is above the local governor, sending his servants to negotiate. So he is what I call satrap adjacent at this point. And so the governor, and then, of course, the Yahwistic community then. Now, this confusion between Hananiah and Anani can be explained with the Ein Chet interchange, which is documented, and I documented in the article quite a bit. But I think the main documentation comes from Michael Kucher's article on these interchanges, where he dedicates 15 pages just to the Ein Chet interchange. So that's why I'm going to kind of skip on this. This is well documented. It's also documented in the Septuagint with the name Hananiah transcribed as Ananiah rather than using the Chi. The letter Chi, which could have expressed this with correctly, in the Septuagint, it really represents the ah sound, and I thank Daniel actually for pointing that out. Okay, so these are the guttural interchange that explains why this name was confused. But this is the same person. Now, the same person, and then we have several documents. All of very high-ranking, very powerful individuals in Egypt in general, in the administrative center of Egypt, Anani and Hananiah, doing satrap-adjacent work. So working and issuing orders and being responsible for the implementation of these orders. And these are Yahwists, obviously Hananiah and Ananiah. And at the center, at the same time, doing the same things. So I mean, clearly the same person, just with the different spelling of the name, and again doing stuff that is satrap adjacent. But they are well known. So another really important element here is that they never appear with their patronymic. Everyone knows who that is. Even when the Elephantine Yahwists write to Judah to complain about their situation, they just say Anani, or you don't need a patronymic. Everyone knows who that is. This is a very well-known, very powerful person in Egypt and in Judah and Samaria as well. Okay, we talked about the hierarchy already. Now going from Egypt now to Jerusalem and to Samaria, and I apologize for the formatting here, or at least how it is presented here. Regarding Jerusalem, this is part of the petition to Jerusalem, of which we have 2 drafts, and they say that before what happened to them, at the time that this evil was done, so the temple of the Yahwistic community at Elephantine was destroyed in 410 BCE. At the time this evil was done to us, a letter we sent to our Lord, to Yohanan the high priest and his colleagues, the priests who are in Jerusalem. So they are connected to Jerusalem. They know who are the leaders in Jerusalem. They are not this esoteric, offshoot of Yahwism / Judaism at the time. They are connected to the centers of power. We sent this letters and to Ostan, brother of Hanani. So there's another character now entering the picture called Ostan, and he is connected to Hananiah / Anani, again, this well-known Anani that does not need a patronymic. Hananiah and Anani were extremely popular names at the time. They would always require patronymic to know who you're talking to, because they were all over the place. If you're talking about someone with such a popular name, without a patronymic, that is a very well-known individual. So that's Jerusalem, and we find Ostan at the same time that Hananiah was operating / Anani was operating in Egypt. We have a person called Ostan in Saqqara as well, working as prefect, so also very highly placed. This is so Ostan appears in Saqqara as a Sarkan. This is at least my reading of the text. People have read it as Sikhan, which means someone from Saqqara, but that simply does not work epigraphically. I read it as Sarkan, which is a well-known administrative title in that area, even appearing in Daniel, in the book of Daniel in several places. And that name has been interpreted as the Greek rendition of a hypothetical name of Ostanes. Now, Ostanes does appear in Greek sources as a mythical magush, as a magi, and as an alchemist, but that name is simply not actually documented in the Achaemenid Empire. So it has been interpreted as a Persian name, though it's not documented. But I suggest, and there are several parallels that I mentioned in the article, that this is actually a Phoenician name from Isis has given, Isis Yatan, and that this is from a proposal by Frank Moore Cross, from his interpretation of this name appearing again in Wadi Dalia, as I mentioned. So really the name, at least in my interpretation, is Isis has given, Isis with the verb appearing in its expected Phoenician form. And the name Isis, it appears as Ostan or Asiton in different places. And the variation in the theophoric element in the name simply reflects the variation of its Egyptian form. So if you look at the lexicon of divine names in Egyptian, and you look at all the different ways that Isis was written as the divine name, you'll find exactly the same variations. Okay. Now, connecting Ostan and Hananiah, so we already talked about the fact that these are well-known names, no patronymic, and Ostan itself is a very, very rare name, appearing in, I mean, this is the one in Saqqara is by far the oldest documented instance of it, but also it appears later on in Yokneam and in other places as well. Okay, so now Hananiah himself, just to kind of wrap up about Hananiah, he is, in my analysis, we're talking about we have Hananiah appearing in Wadi Dalia, very well in the papyri. We also have Hananiah on coins from that period. Later on, we're talking now mid-4th century. And what I claim is that we have an aristocrat, Hananiah, a scion, either a son or a grandson of Sanballat, who and the rulers of the province of Samaria, that was an aristocratic situation as opposed to Judah. Judah governors were appointed. Governors in Samaria were inherited. That was an inherited position. So we have an aristocratic context in Samaria and a non-aristocratic context in Judah. And our aristocrats, we do know, in the Achaemenid Empire were a class in their own right and were taken very seriously by the Central Powers. And the sons of aristocrats would go and be educated in the court. So based on this, I assume that Hananiah was, as a son of aristocrat, went to be educated in Susa, probably knew the king, knew Darius II, and was chosen to replace, as an aristocrat and someone who had the trust of the king, was chosen to replace the aging satrap of Egypt. Failed, of course, unfortunately, in his mission, but he was sent to do that task, and yeah, so that's where we find him in 419 BCE. Now, there's a parallel situation in Babylon at almost the same time. You can see the dates here, the period here, really practically for historical purposes. It is at the same time, where we have Belshunu in between, who is Babylonian, ethnically Babylonian, becoming the satrap of Ebel Nahari, of an adjacent satrapy. And at the time, these were different satrapies. And comparing that to Hananiah, whom, as I claim at least, was a Sumerian who became satrap of Egypt. So to conclude, we have a case of extraordinary authority. If my theory is correct, if my analysis is correct, we truly have a case of someone, of a Yahwist with extraordinary authority, documented in several documents, and an aristocrat and someone who was close to the king, working together with a Phoenician, basically a Phoenician second in command to him, Ostan, both in Egypt and later on in Samaria, and working to also protect the Jewish community / Yahwistic community in Egypt at the time as best they could. Of course, they also would suffer persecution. And I believe that in an article, I argue that the persecution was because this Yahwist became satrap, or was supposed to become satrap. The local governor, Widranga, who was ethnically Persian, basically rebelled against that possibility, that eventuality. And that is why he persecuted the Yahwist, because of Hananiah. And that is actually what the Yahwist themselves say. Since Hananiah has been in Egypt, Knum has been against us. So we have been suffering from the fact that Hananiah has been in Egypt, even though he is protecting us and helping us. Now, this final point, which I mentioned also in SBL a few months ago, I believe that the person of Hananiah as a Yahwist from Samaria, governing Egypt, becoming second in command and eventually actually governing Egypt, might be the historical nucleus behind the Joseph Nzvela, Joseph story. Because to have a Yahwist, for the Yahwist diaspora at the time, to have a Yahwist being now appointed satrap of Egypt must have been quite an event. So that would be something that would stick in the memory. Thank you very much.
Hey, we have 6 minutes for questions and answers.
Actually, if I understood it correctly, you speak about a continuous condition of believers in Yahweh that go back or come back, it depends, to Samaria. Do you think they are the descendants of the first millennium Yahwehs from Samaria that were, according to the biblical tradition, were gone, went to exile and, so to speak, were lost?
Okay, well, thanks for the question. So not obviously not those who are gone according to the tradition because they're here, but but I think that basically we're talking. I have another article about Yahwistic called Yahwistic identity in the Achaemenid Yahwistic identity in the Achaemenid period, where I discuss this, and also another one where I talk about the dating the time of their migration from basically from Judah and Samaria. Basically, what I'm claiming is that they moved from Samaria to Judah first, and then from there to Egypt when they had the opportunity to serve basically as mercenaries for at least for a while. I do claim that they were mercenaries in the beginning, but eventually they stopped being mercenaries, especially when the border went further south, eventually during the Persian period. So they started out as mercenaries. They were recruited probably in Judah. So they went from Samaria, established some kind of presence, according to at least my analysis, in Judah, and then from there migrated to during the Babylonian. Yeah, absolutely. And we know that there were cases like that. We don't know how. There's this big discussion about how big that Sumerian. Well, I don't know if we can call it diaspora, but that contingent was from Samaria in Judah at the time, but there was a presence, a significant presence, and we do find Sumerian presence in administrative centers also in Judah at the time, in Babylon. Yeah, we have actual seals.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a comment. When you talk about this person that everybody knows, it just rings of the Semachyahu, who's mentioned in the Lachish letter, and then it's suggested by the scholars of the Al Yehuda archive that he's the Semachyahu, father of Raphael, and that we trace his generations, maybe no connection whatsoever to the man in Chronicles, but just there's a person who said, I handled that man and took care of him. It just sounds similar.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was really interesting. I hope I've got this right. You're saying that his brother is, I can't pronounce the name.
Ostan.
Ostan. So he has a name.
Well, brother, brother is not just necessarily,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Family connection.
It does not have to be even family. That brother at the time could be, it's
the filo.
Yeah, it's used in very different contexts. So.
Okay. But he's also a Samaritan.
No, so Ostan is Phoenician according to my analysis.
Okay,
but working in we've seen a lot of symbiosis. That's the point of the title of my presentation, of actually collaboration and working together of Sumerians and Phoenicians.
I was just interested in the fact that he has a name dedicated to Isis.
Right.
And at Samaria, there is definitely worship of Isis at some point. Jody Magnus has written about this.
That's right.
I believe I have other evidence for that worship. So I didn't know whether, that's why I wondered whether his origin was also Samaria.
Well, the verbal form in the theophoric name is Phoenician. So I mean, who knows? He could be. He could have just inherited the name in different ways, but this was. I mean, it probably is Phoenician by origin.
But that doesn't mean he wasn't from the area of Samaria.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. You're right. Symbiosis, absolutely. That's absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. That's exactly right.
I'm interested in the perspective of the great king. So normally as satraps, you have either Persians, and I guess Arshama was a Persian.
Arshama was definitely Persian. Yeah.
Yes, look, sounds very Persian.
Mhm.
And either you have a Persian or a local. And
Well,
in this
I gave an
case-
example of Bolshunu where it's not the case.
Yeah.
It's not local or Persian.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But in this case, he chose somebody who was not Egyptian and not Persian, but kind of Egyptian minority.
Yeah.
So why did he do this?
Well, I don't know what his logic was, but what I present as an option was that this Hananiah was, as an aristocrat, he was brought up in the court, and therefore he probably knew the king personally. There was probably a personal, some kind of personal connection and trust. In this case, probably misplaced trust, because again, he failed. He was not. Now, if you're familiar with the story of Elephantine, you know that they sent letters to any person who could help them. When you ask for help, you have to initially ask for the governor and then to ask the satrap. You don't ask for help in the neighboring satrapy, and which is what they did. Okay. So in order to, they did that because they did not receive, and they say this, they did not receive any response from their local authorities. They could not appeal to the local governor because that was the one persecuting them. And they could not appeal to the local satrap because the aging satrap who already left, and he was very old. And the new satrap was now actively engaged in the Sais area, trying to put down the revolt that was starting up. So he certainly did not have time to now start dealing with these little matters in Upper Egypt that only interest his own community and not Egypt in general, because he's now satrap of Egypt. So it would make perfect sense for him not to be bothered by it at that point. So that could explain it. Again, it's obviously hypothetical. Yeah, so I don't know necessarily what the logic was, but we see strands of connections that could explain why, as an aristocrat, the king would have known him, the great king.
Thank you so much. Really enjoyed it. I would, in the future, love to see what you do in integrating this with Papyrus Amber 63, because there's data there that both, I think, agrees with what you're doing, but also adds supplements and gives some further insights, because that document goes into detail with regard to the more detailed community migrations.
Yeah, the Sumerian coming to.
Yeah,
right, that's
exactly.
Right. Yeah.
And the whole issue of connection with Bethel and Jerusalem, and there's a lot in that document, and it's hard. It's a very difficult text, but hopefully Connie Holmes will have.
We've been waiting for this for a long time.
Waiting a long time.
Yeah.
But I'm told that it's almost there. So anyway.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how you.
Absolutely. We've been. I mean, Betzalel Porton, Zichrono Livracha, asked me. Actually, almost his dying wish was to organize a conference on Papyrus Amber 63, and the only reason we haven't done this is because we're waiting for Tony Holmes' book to come out. But we should. I mean, it calls for an actual, very, very concentrated. Yeah. So we'll do that, and absolutely.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes. To mention that Nehemiah's brother was Hanani. So another point to think about. Just one note. We have with more time. Can I hear? Yeah, it's okay. Because there are demonstrations around here. We don't know who blocked the roads, but lunch was postponed in 10 or 15 minutes, so we have time to at least 1:15, so we're not in a rush.
And we'll keep updating. It's possible it will be a little bit more delayed, but we'll still go for a coffee break in any event and wait for the
More details will be followed. Okay.
That's the versions.
Okay, our next speaker is Professor Achim Lichtenberger from Münster University, and he will present his time.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Nama and Alex for having me here as a short-time fellow last year in this wonderful group. And today I will speak about Punic gods as tutelary deities of Roman emperors. And this is a big jump in time and space. We are now moving to the 2nd, 3rd century CE. We are going to the heart of the Mediterranean, to Rome. After the assassination of Emperor Commodus on New Year's Eve 192-193, events came thick and fast. Initially, Pertinax was elevated to emperor, but on March 28, he was assassinated by the Praetorians, and Didianus Julianus rose to emperor. In April, first Septimius Severus in Carnuntum and then Pescennius Niger in Syria seized the imperial title. Didius Julianus was soon executed, and Septimius Severus now had to assert himself against Pescennius Niger. He enters into an alliance with Clodius Albinus, whom he makes his Caesar and with whose help he defeats Pescennius Niger in 194. However, instead of actually establishing Clodius Albinus as his successor, Septimius Severus made his sons Caracalla and Geta, Augustus, and Caesar in 195, so that Clodius Albinus rose up against Septimius Severus, but was defeated in 197. The way was now clear for the new Severan dynasty. The people involved had different origins. Pertinax and Didius Julianus were born in northern Italy. Pescennius Niger came from Latium, whereas Septimius Severus and Clodius Albinus came from North Africa. Septimius Severus from Leptis Magna, while Clodius Albinus was a native of Hadrumetum. Both places were old Punic cities. After Trajan and Hadrian, who both came from the Iberian Peninsula, Septimius Severus and Clodius Albinus were the first emperors to be born outside Italy. This was to occur more frequently in the further course of the 3rd century, but in 193 it was a novelty. Rome always remained the most important point of reference for the emperor and the Senate, and so it can be observed that there was a distinction between the native homeland, the Germana Patria, and the legal homeland, the Patria Juris, Rome. And this could stand side by side without conflict. Nevertheless, a tension remained, as can be seen with Septimius Severus, who was said to have all kinds of character traits due to his origins, such as speaking Latin with a North African accent, or even being black. This shows that for Roman emperors, Rome and Italy remained the most important points of reference and had to be in the focus of public representation and perception. The extent to which Septimius Severus and his origins in Leptis Magna played a role in the emperor's self-portrayal and policy has been discussed for some time. While the origins of Septimius Severus and other emperors of the Severan dynasty from North Africa and Syria were regarded in earlier research as a key to understanding their politics, more recent research has either relativized or apologetically denied this, like in this new book. However, it is worth taking another closer look at the evidence of imperial coinage. The most important deity for the Roman state as well as for Roman emperors was Jupiter. Nevertheless, some emperors choose other deities as tutelar deities for different reasons, such as Domitian, Minerva, or Commodus, Heracles. Such individual imperial tutelary deities are also clearly reflected in imperial coinage. We can observe something similar for Septimius Severus, but this time two gods are particularly emphasized that relate to the emperor's patria outside Italy. We can see this in the two deities Liber Pater and Hercules, who appear as a divine couple in coinage from 194. In such a pair constellation, Liber Pater, which is the equivalent to Bacchus, and Hercules are absolutely alien to imperial coinage of the imperial period. And even as individual deities, Hercules and Bacchus hardly appear in imperial coinage with the exception of Hercules under Commodus. In the case of Septimius Severus, the appearance of the two deities can be explained by the fact that they were the main gods of his hometown, Leptis Magna. In Leptis Magna, the two gods were the interpretationes Romanae of Punic gods Melkart and Shadrapha, Hercules and Liber Pater. The two gods or their attributes are depicted in the early imperial coinage of Leptis Magna, both individually and as a pair. So this is the coins that were minted in Leptis Magna in the early imperial period. And you can see that there's a combination of these two deities. In the imperial coinage of Septimius Severus, a total of 5 phases can be identified in which Liber Pater and Hercules appear. And I will quickly go through this. The first phase is the beginning of the reign, 193-194. At the beginning, the two deities appear as a pair for the first time and are described in the legend as die Auspices, which means deities responsible for a divine prophecy of the new emperor's reign. At the same time, however, coins were also minted on which Jupiter is shown both alone and as the bearer of rule to the emperor. The second phase is the self-adoption into the Antonine family, 195-197. This self-adoption into the Antonine family is the open confrontation with Clodius Albinus, and it is accompanied by the fact that the two native gods are now somewhat withdrawn and only appear individually. So they are not a couple anymore, but they are only individually. For Hercules, in particular, it is interesting that he is shown as Hercules Defensor with a bow, an image that had already been coined by Commodus, who is now, after Septimius Severus' self-adoption into the Antonine family, legally his brother. The third phase are the secular games in 204. In the context of the secular celebration, the two gods once again appear, are highly publicized. They are now shown as a pair of gods and referred to as the Patrii, which means as the native deities. And this is really a remarkable legend because it's not the native deities of Rome, as a viewer of the coin would have thought, but it's the native deities of the emperor. And it only can refer to Leptis Magna. The two also appear as tutelar gods on coins that bear witness to the cultic acts of the secular games. The new Severan dynasty from Leptis Magna is now very strongly presented here, and after the marriage of Caracalla and Plautilla, the daughter of Plautianus, Liber Pater and Hercules now seem to have been clearly propagated as the native gods. And the marriage of Plautilla and Caracalla is very important because Plautianus, the father of Plautilla, is an old friend and confidant of Septimius Severus and also originating from Leptis Magna. Already in 205, there's the downfall of Plautianus. Shortly after the secular celebration, there is an open conflict between Septimius Severus and Plautianus, as a result of which Plautianus is executed. Coinage undergoes a remarkable development during this period. Liber Pater and Hercules were once again pushed back. Some coins show the two in a privileged but clearly subordinate position to Jupiter, while others show them as individual figures in purely mythological contexts that provide no indication of their connection to Leptis Magna. One gets the impression that with the fall of Plautianus, the emphasis on the North African character of the two deities was reduced. And the last phase is at the end of the reign in 210. Here, the two deities appear once again as a couple, together with Caracalla and Geta, who are presented as harmonious successors. The two native gods once again become dynastic tutelar deities. In summary, it can be stated that Hercules and Liber Pater in the coinage of Septimius Severus refer to the hometown of Septimius Severus, Leptis Magna. They are present in the imperial self-portrayal, but the hometown reference was emphasized differently depending on the political situation. However, it must also be pointed out that although it is clear that the two gods appear here in their role as gods of the emperor's Punic hometown, they are completely Romanized iconographically. At the same time as the first coins with Liber Pater and Hercules, Septimius Severus also minted the image of an exceptionally youthful deity with a crown of rays, caduceus, trident, and ears of corn, as well as the legend Saeculum Frugiferum. These coins were issued both for the Emperor Septimius Severus and for his Caesar and partner Clodius Albinus. Another coin type was only issued for Clodius Albinus at the same time, showing a god on a sphinx throne on the reverse. He wears a tiara-like high crown on his head, has a long beard and a long robe. His right arm is raised and his palm is greeting. In his left hand, he is holding ears of grain. The legend Saeculum Frugiferum is also attached to him. Iconographically, both deities fit into the Greco-Roman iconography of deities only to a limited extent. The youthful god combines attributes of Sol, Neptune, Mercury, and Ceres, a combination that is otherwise not documented and points to a multiple interpretatio Romana of a deity that was not originally Greco-Roman. The older, bearded god breaks away from the traditional Greco-Roman iconography. The headdress, the hand gesture, and the sphinx throne characterize him as Oriental. The two deities, in combination with the inscription Saeculum Frugiferum, are only found in Roman imperial coinage in this period at the beginning of the reign of Septimius Severus, when Claudius Albinus was his undisputed Caesar. It can therefore be assumed that the two deities refer to Claudius Albinus. And there is indeed strong evidence for this assumption. Both deities are depicted in the municipal coinage of Claudius Albinus' hometown, Hadrumetum, here on the lower left side. The coinage of the city depicts these deities. Thus, the bust of a god with a high headdress, beard, robe, raised right hand, and ears of corn in his left hand is encountered. The city of Hadrumetum also minted coins with a youthful god with a crown of rays and a trident. It can therefore be assumed with high probability that the coins minted under Septimius Severus and for Claudius Albinus refer to the urban pantheon of Hadrumetum. This consideration is supported by the fact that when Hadrumetum became a Roman colonia under Trajan, it took the title frugifera. Obviously, the same frugifer quality was referred to as in the Roman coin legend. There is a consensus among researchers that the main god of Hadrumetum was Saturn, who in Punic, North Africa, was the Interpretatio Romana of Baal Hammon. The iconography of the bearded and throned god with the headdress fits in very well with this. It is noteworthy that at the beginning of Septimius Severus' reign, as part of an alliance with Claudius Albinus, coins were issued that were not at all traditionally Roman and referred to the Punic gods of Augustus and his Caesar. When looking at the frugiferum, at the Saeculum frugiferum coins, we are faced with the curious fact that the Saeculum frugiferum coinage of Septimius Severus possibly appears before the first Liber Pater Hercules coinage, and it is therefore astonishing that first the Caesar received such a coinage with reference to his hometown, and not the Augustus. One explanation for this would be that Septimius Severus wanted to win over Claudius Albinus with this coinage, and that it is to a certain extent the model for the later coinage with the gods of Leptis Magna. This would fit in with the tradition that Herodian explicitly notes that Severus commissioned the coinage of Claudius Albinus, and that Claudius Albinus had a big party of North African supporters. If this interpretation is correct, then the initiator and innovator of such coinage with reference to non-Roman home gods was not Septimius Severus with Liber Pater and Hercules, but it was the desire to present the Punic birthplace of Claudius Albinus in a positive light. Finally, we must return to other emperors with hometowns outside Italy. One emperor with such a home was Hadrian, who came from Italica in Baetica. In his imperial coinage, there is another Punic god, namely Hercules Gaditanus, also inscribed as such. And he is, of course, the Heracles Melkart of the old Phoenician settlement of Gades. It is possible that this god can already be found on coins of Trajan, who also came from Italica, but Hercules is depicted there in a slightly different statuary type and is not identified explicitly as Hercules of Gades by a legend. But even if it is not clear that Hercules Gaditanus had anything to do with the Roman foundation of Italica. Gades is over 100 kilometers away from Italica. Unlike Leptis Magna and Hadrumetum, Italica was not a Punic city, but a Roman foundation. You can see that with the amphitheater. If a reference to the Spanish origins of the emperors was intended here at all, then it was in a very toned down form. In conclusion, it can be stated that under Septimius Severus, Punic gods can be seen in their function as gods of the emperor's hometown. Such images are remarkable because until the Severan period, non-Italian deities played no role in imperial coinage, apart from a very few exceptions for Isis and Serapis. Under Hadrian, and perhaps as early as Trajan, and then especially under Septimius Severus, such deities appear as they have a special biographical relationship to the emperor as gods of his native country. In this context, it is remarkable on the one hand that it is precisely Punic deities who take on such a role. On the other hand, it is noteworthy that a careful balancing and negotiation was required, as can be observed in Septimius Severus' coinage, with phases in his reign in which the native gods had to be emphasized and then withdrawn again. It is precisely these ups and downs that underline the vitality of the cults of the Punic deities in the 3rd century, and how they could be instrumentalized as part of the integration of the provincial population into the Imperium Romanum. Thus, more than 1,000 years after the beginning of Phoenician colonization, Phoenician Punic identities were still being actively negotiated in the Mediterranean. The fact that this happened in Rome, which destroyed Carthage in 146 BCE, a date often taken as the end of Punic culture, is a nice footnote with which I end. Thank you.
Much for fascinating talk. I assume there are many questions. Who would like to give it first?
Thank you very much, Achim. Was there, it was eye-opening, was there a subtext of the Punic Jedi returns in this, in the political, or is there other evidence for this sort of political culture development in the plot beyond the coinage?
There is very little other evidence. There is a few reliefs which also have the couple of Bacchus, Liber and Hercules, which are dated to the Severan period because of these coins. So it's difficult whether it's really because they can be precisely dated, but there is not much evidence which can be used in the same way as the coins, which are dated to the year and where we really can correlate it to the political history and the ups and downs of what's going on in the Severan dynasty. And one important evidence is that in the song for the secular games, the secular games don't happen all the time. They happen only every seculum, and we have only fragments of the texts of the songs. And you can see that in the Augustan song, Apollo and Artemis and Diana play an important role. And in the Severan, you can see that also Liber Pater and Hercules appear, which Apollo nicely fits into a secular song, but Liber Pater and Hercules is more complicated to fit in. So it seems to be a broader thing.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question about something just after this. In the same dynasty, does the Elagabalus have any coinage that does something similar to these?
Yeah.
He's a favorite,
Yeah,
he's a
disagree.
favorite emperor of mine.
Yeah, well, of course, this is the most famous case with Elagabalus and the stone, and it's again it really enters at the heart of Roman imperial representation. Of course, this Elagabalus ended quite fast, and he had a very bad press. So I think it's a different story. But the interesting thing is that with Septimius Severus, it starts that we have more emperors from the provinces who, many of them somehow integrate their patria into their official representation. You can see that with people from the Balkans, and of course here at the end of the Severan dynasty, the same.
I'd like to thank you for a really fascinating talk. I always thought that the Persian period was sort of late for me. So bear that in mind as I make just an observation, which is that, so you mentioned that the pairing was Shadrafa and Milcart, basically. So that's really fascinating because it essentially translates from the Phoenician world into, I believe, Hades and Hermes. So you have Shadrafa as the god of the underworld, and Milcart, one of his functions, many as polytheistic deities are wont to do, is to be the communicator between the realm of the dead and the realm of the living. So that might be a natural pairing from, I forgot what, Hadramautum or
Leptis Magna, yeah.
Leptis Magna. Yeah, so from a Phoenician perspective or a Punic perspective, that pairing makes sense.
Well, the nice thing, I didn't mention that, but we have a lot of Neo-Punic inscriptions from Leptis Magna where these deities also appear.
Okay, so let's say again. Very soon. Okay, ready? Okay, the last speaker by Zoom is Michel Sommer. Do you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay.
Can you hear me as well?
Yes, yes. Welcome to Jerusalem.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go ahead. Being
Yeah.
Phoenician in the Roman Empire.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, even though I'm not physically present, which is a shame because we had ice rain today, and I'm sure it's nicer where you are. I haven't been active in the field of Phoenician studies for some time, so I'm pretty much an unlikely guest at your conference. But what I'm doing is Roman historiography, among other things. And so I think there is an obvious connex, and that is Philo of Byblos. So this is what my talk is essentially about. Sorry. This is... how do you write the history of a people that never existed? This provocative question lies at the heart of our understanding of the Phoenicians. While their neighbors, Greeks, Romans, and Israelites, saw a unified people of traders and sailors, the people we call Phoenicians seemingly had no collective name for themselves. They were Tyrians, Sidonians, or Biblians. Their primary horizon of identity was the city, not a nation. As modern scholarship has suggestively put it, we are often chasing phantom Phoenicians. Yet in the late 1st and early 2nd century CE, a Greek-speaking intellectual named Philo of Byblos had exactly that. He did exactly that. He wrote a Phoenician history. Living in a globalized Roman Empire that functioned like a single household, as Aelius Aristides put it, Philo faced a profound crisis of identity. In a world where Roman citizenship was becoming a universal commodity, local elites felt a growing need to reclaim their specific localization. Whether this crisis was universally felt or primarily articulated by intellectual elites remains open, but people like Philo clearly felt the need to confirm their status in a rapidly changing world. In this paper, I argue that Philo's work is not a cracked window into the Bronze Age, but rather a mirror of the past. I propose to treat the Phoenician history as intentional history. This is a narrative that functions as a myth, obtaining its meaning not from a distant reality, but from the cultural needs of the author's present. Philo was not merely a translator of the ancient sage Sanchuniathon, he was an architect of an, as it were, creolized identity. By adopting the great tradition of Greek rationalism and Euhemerism, Philo sought to secure a place of high status for the Phoenician little tradition within the imperial hierarchy. I will demonstrate how he used the past to claim that the Greeks had merely misappropriated Phoenician truths. In doing so, Philo transformed Phoenicianness from an external label into a self-conscious intellectual identity, proving that in the Roman Empire, the most powerful way to be modern was to reinvent one's own antiquity. To understand why Philo of Byblos claimed to be merely a translator of an ancient sage, we must look at his work through the lens of what Hans-Joachim Gerke calls intentional history. Gerke defines this not as a Rankian search for what actually happened, but as history in self-understanding, a narrative that serves the identity, social coherence, and cultural orientation of a group. It is a living memory, memoria, that provides a community with a sense of its own origins and place in the world. In the, so to speak, globalized environment of the Roman Empire, which functioned like a single household, oikos, local elites faced a profound crisis of belonging. As the empire expanded, the need for localization, the reverse side of globalization, became vital. For Philo, Sanchuniathon was the ultimate tool for this localization. By placing Sanchuniathon before the Trojan War, Philo establishes a diachronic identification. He creates a we that allows the self-proclaimed 2nd century Phoenician to claim a past that is not only older than the Greek great tradition, but is actually its source. Philo's framing of Sanchuniathon utilizes what Gerke describes as reification, Verdinglichung. By claiming that Sanchuniathon discovered his information in the hidden records of the Amuneion, Philo transforms a subjective narrative into an objective fact for his audience. Sanchuniathon is presented as a specialist of memory, mnemon, a keeper of the recipe knowledge of Phoenician society. This framing bypasses Greek mediation and establishes a myth-historical space where Phoenician antiquity is reclaimed as a weapon of self-assertion. Furthermore, this use of antiquity is a strategic act of polemical historiography. Philo argues that the Greeks were merely bad imitators who misappropriated Phoenician truths and distorted them into nonsense and allegories. By using Sanchuniathon as a cultural tool, Philo seeks to secure a place of high status for Phoenician culture within the imperial hierarchy. As Gierke notes, every group needs such a shared and nurtured memory to exist in time. Sanchuniathon is thus not a window into the Bronze Age, but a mirror of the past, designed to reflect the intellectual vitality and national pride of a Phoenician intellectual living under Roman rule. To understand Philo's project, we must look at his most powerful intellectual weapon, euhemerism. In the eyes of his contemporary audience, the gods were celestial, eternal, and often capricious beings. Philo, however, following the school of Euhemerus, radically demystifies this pantheon. He argues that the figures the world worshipped as gods were originally nothing more than mortal men and women, human benefactors who were deified by a grateful posterity for their inventions and contributions to civilization. This is where the intentional nature of Philo's history becomes most apparent. By stripping the gods of their divine masks, Philo isn't just practicing a form of ancient atheism, as the church father Eusebius later charged. Instead, he is performing a calculated act of cultural repositioning. If the gods were actually human inventors, and if these inventors were Phoenicians, then the Phoenician people are not merely one group among many in the Roman Empire, they are the biological and intellectual fountainhead of all human culture. Philo's narrative provides a structural list of these mortals. We hear of Thors, Pyr, and Phlox, who discovered how to create fire by rubbing sticks together. We encounter Taautos, the most important figure in Philo's line of tradition, who is credited with the invention of writing and the recording of history. We see Husor, the first to work iron and the pioneer of navigation. By framing these foundational human achievements as specifically Phoenician, Philo constructs an identity that is defined by rational priority. This serves the process of localization within the globalized Roman oikumene. In an empire that organized, as the Greek orator Elios Aristides put it, the world like a single household, local elites needed to justify their status. Philo's euhemerism does exactly this by creating a reification of the past. Philo transforms what we might call phantom Phoenicians, a people whose primary identity was rooted in individual cities like Byblos or Tyre, into a unified intellectual we through a shared intentional memory. For Philo, Phoenician identity is essentially synonymous with rationality. He claims that the most ancient peoples, the Phoenicians and the Egyptians, were the first to rationally worship human benefactors. In his view, it was the Greeks who later took these historical truths and misappropriated them, distorting them into fables, allegories, and nonsense. By using euhemerism, Philo turns the tables on the cultural hegemony of the Greeks. He argues that the Greeks were merely bad imitators who obscured the clear, rational history of the Phoenicians with their poetic fictions. In the logic of Philo's intentional history, to be Phoenician means to be a guardian of the truth, a truth that is older, more authentic, and, as it were, more scientific than the myths of the West. This section of the Phoenician history is thus a sheltering canopy, to use a term Gierke borrows from Berger and Luckmann, that protects and legitimizes the status of the Phoenician intellectual in the Roman present. It proves that the mirror of antiquity was not designed to reflect a divine mystery, but to reflect the rational brilliance of the Phoenician people as the true architects of the civilized world. To understand Philo's project, we must move beyond the mechanics of his history and examine its aggressive competitive edge. Philo was not merely a passive chronicler. He was a polemicist engaged in a high-stakes struggle for cultural status within the Roman Empire's intellectual hierarchy. Having established the rational priority of the Phoenicians Through euhemerism, he turns his attention to the Greeks, whom he characterizes not as innovators, but as clever misappropriators of an ancient wisdom. Philo's central charge is a classic example of what Hans-Joachim Gierke defines as polemical historiography, within the framework of intentional history. Philo explicitly accuses the Greeks, particularly poets like Hesiod and the cyclic poets, of taking Phoenician historical accounts, the truth, and distorting them into fables, nonsense, allegories, to charm their audience. In Philo's view, the Greeks outstripped all in cleverness, only to deck out Phoenician history in a tragic style, thereby defeating the truth with pleasure and aesthetics. This polemic serves a vital function in the process of localization. In the globalized Roman oikumene, where Greek paideia was the universal currency of the elite, Philo uses the past as a weapon to challenge Greek cultural hegemony. By claiming that the very foundations of Greek mythology, the theogonies, the Titanomachy, and the castration of Uranos are merely corrupted versions of Phoenician history, Philo effectively subordinates the Greek great tradition to the Phoenician little tradition. He practices what he calls reification. He presents his narrative as an objective, recovered fact, while dismissing the Greek alternative as a mere literary fabrication. Furthermore, Philo's construction of identity is not just a binary struggle against the Greeks. His work, Peri Judaion, concerning the Jews, suggests that he was defining Phoenicianness against a variety of others. By attacking the allegorical methods of both Greek and Jewish thinkers, Philo creates a unique intellectual space for the Phoenicians as the only people who preserved the authentic and rational memory of the past. To be Phoenician in Philo's eyes is to be guardian of the original truth that the rest of the world has forgotten or obscured. In conclusion, Philo's polemics demonstrate that Phoenician identity in the 2nd century CE was an active, self-conscious construction. It was an attempt to transform the phantom Phoenician, the disparate Tyrian, Sidonian, or Biblian, into a unified, proud member of a culture that provided the intellectual blueprint for civilization. By framing the Greeks as bad imitators, Philo provides his audience with a sheltering canopy of memory. This intentional history legitimized their status in the Roman present by proving that while Rome might hold the sword and the Greeks the tongue, the Phoenicians alone held the truth. Ultimately, Philo of Byblos' work is the perfect case study for what we might call localized identity in the Roman Empire. In an age where the Mediterranean had become a single household under Roman rule, local elites faced the challenge of defining their specific place within this globalized oikumene. Philo's Phoenician history is not a passive preservation of the past, but an active, intentional reconstruction designed to navigate this imperial hierarchy. By using the tools of the great tradition, Greek rationalism and euhemerism, to explain the little tradition of his Phoenician home, Philo creates a hybrid or creolized identity. He does not merely translate Sanchuniathon, he performs a reification of Phoenicianness. He transforms the phantom Phoenician, an identity that was originally fragmented across city-states like Tyre and Byblos, into a unified intellectual and historical reality that can stand its ground against Greek cultural claims. In this sense, Philo's past is a mirror, not a window. It reflects the needs of a 2nd century intellectual who wants to prove that his people are not just subjects of Rome, but the very biological and intellectual fountainhead of human culture. His narrative serves as a sheltering canopy, providing a sense of orientation and status for Phoenicians living in a world dominated by Greek paideia and Roman power. To be Phoenician in Philo's Roman world was, therefore, an intellectual choice. It was the act of reclaiming the past to master the present. Philo proves that in a globalized empire, the most effective way to assert one's modernity was to reinvent one's own antiquity. His history stands as a testament to a people who, even while they were being Romanized or Hellenized on the surface, were busy using those very processes to ensure their own cultural immortality. In conclusion, Philo of Byblos' Phoenician history demonstrates that in the Roman Empire, the most effective way to assert one's status was to reinvent one's own past. By framing his work as a translation of the ancient sage Sanchuniathon, Philo performed a classic act of intentional history. He crafted a living memory that provided the Phoenician people with a sense of origin and intellectual priority. Philo effectively transformed the phantom Phoenician, an identity fragmented, into a unified intellectual we capable of navigating a globalized world. His use of euhemerism was a strategic reification of identity, turning ancestral myths into historical facts that secured Phoenicia's status as the true architect of civilization. Ultimately, Philo's work is not a window, but a mirror of his own Roman world. It stands as a testament to a localized identity, proving that identity is not merely an inheritance, but rather an active, intentional reconstruction designed to master the present through the reclamation of the past. Thank you very much.
Very, very much. Question? So I will start. We know this kind of process of thinking from the 3rd century BCE. You have the same effort by Manetho of Egypt and Berosus in Babylon, Babel. So after 400 years, we have to wait 400 years in order to find the same way of thinking in Phoenicia. Can you explain the gap of time?
Well, I think essentially this can be explained by the similarity of historical situations. The conquest of Alexander the Great and Hellenism basically opened a window for pretty much the same desire to find one's own place in a new, much larger, so to speak, globalized world. And I mean, that's why you had the same reaction to basically the same challenge. As I stated, I think these attempts can only be explained by taking into account the historical situation the creators of these narratives find themselves in. And so the situation in the 3rd century BCE is pretty much similar to the situation Philo finds himself in the 2nd century AD. So I think this pretty much explains why his methodology is similar. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you. More questions? Okay, so thank you very, very much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to give that talk, and it's a great pleasure to learn so much about what has been done in research Phoenicians wise recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're still waiting for an update, but meanwhile, there's tea and coffee and cookies still. So we'll keep you updated as soon as the food arrives and when we'll start back here as well.